stand. I'd like to have a moment of silence for Darrell Rust, who is a fine citizen in the county, attended many board meetings, who passed away on Friday, and then we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. We'll proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I have one announcement. The board did meet in closed session last week pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation, Ray Waller versus the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County et al., Calaveras Superior Court case number CV 35737. No action was taken during that closed session. We will now proceed to the consent agenda items. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without further discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested member of the public may request that any item on the consent agenda be pulled for further discussion prior to the board's taking action. Does any board member wish to pull any item on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I would like to pull the December 14th meeting minutes off of item number 1.
Okay. Any other board member? Any staff member? Any member of the public here present this morning that has any item on the consent agenda, items 1 through 3 inclusive, they wish to have discussed with or by the board prior to the board's taking action? Seeing no one approach the podium, the chair is open for a motion on the balance of the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Callaway, a second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Do I have further board discussion? All in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes on a 5-0 vote for the board, and we'll return then to Supervisor Tofinelli in the minutes of December 14th.
I was asked to pull the December 14th minutes off this agenda and asked to have them continued to next week.
Give a reason? Or?
They weren't completed.
Okay. And you want to make a 1-week motion for a 1-week continuance?
For a 1-week continuance, please.
On the minutes of December
Second.
14th. I have a motion by Supervisor Tofinelli, a second by Supervisor Callaway. Do I have further board discussion? All in favor so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. This board will stand now in recess until 9:10. Thank you.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to reconvene the board, please, for our regular agenda items. First up is item 4, public comments. 5 minutes per person, 15 minutes per topic. Comments shall be limited to items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Are there any public comments? If so, please come forward. Address the board from the podium. We are of record. And if you would be so kind as to give your name and sign in so you can help our clerk with the minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Marty Crane, Rancho, Valley Springs area. I'd just like to say, as I'm sure many people will probably quite sure will feel the absence of Darrell Rusk. He thoroughly enjoyed coming to these meetings. I think it was probably the highlight of his week. And he did his research, and he was working on things that he wanted to bring to this podium even yet. And we had some wonderful little conversations. So here and there I may drop a few of Darrell pearls. But we will miss him, and he would have been here today had he not had prior engagement. So anyway, Maddie, thank you, wherever you are, thank you for alerting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Any other public comments?
Bonnie Newman, 2544 Double Springs Road, Valley Springs, area code 209-772-1444. I always wondered why Darrell did that when he came up here. Identified himself, gave his address, his phone number. It's because Mr. Rusk believed everything that he said. If you had any disagreement with him, he wanted you to contact him, talk to him, resolve the issues, the conflict you may have had. And so I think it's real important for us to remember what a kind man he was. Very well read. I don't know his education, but he had a lot of background that he brought to us each week. I'm going to miss him. And I'd just like to say that if we could all stand behind what we say as well as Mr. Rusk did with the clarity and conviction that he did, I think we'd be in real good shape. Thank you.
Terry Baker, Railroad Flat. My topic today is the corruption in the Ag Dispute Resolution Committee. We went to court, and I have the court documents right here, and I'd like to read what they state and versus what your Ag Dispute Resolution Committee states. This is asking Ken Churches. Have you observed commercial operations of poultry operations in your field of employment? Yes, I have. Would you consider this like a bona fide operation? I would say it did not on the day I was there in January. It did not appear consistent with some of the other commercial operations that I have worked with. Now, Dr. Bradley, who the Ag Dispute Resolution got to come out there without any approval from the other parties, made recommendations that Dr. Bradley made several recommendations in a letter. One of those was most concerning to me was the loose birds, because it creates a biohazard with wild birds, and it pollutes the rivers and streams. And that was 3 years ago when they had, maybe 30, 40 roosters, chickens. Now I'd like to go to Mary Mutz's testimony. And here's the kicker. Question. And in terms of proceeding with the agricultural dispute resolution, why did it not proceed to where you guys could take action on it? Well, here's her answer. Because it's a mediation process. Okay? Did we ever get mediation? We were denied mediation. All we got was a letter from 2 citizens saying that everything in here is backwards. From the experts, they're saying, well, let me just keep going. Because it is a mediation process, it requires both parties to agree to the mediation process. And you have had filed, and I recall, but your neighbors felt that it was in the court system, so they would rather go through the court rather than go through mediation. But it is not allowed in court to make the decision. So that sort of stopped the process. Then she goes on and says, I am the chair of the Agricultural Dispute Resolution Committee, and Mr. Redmond did turn in his dispute. He did not. That is a blatant lie. This is the dispute right here, and it was never from Mr. Redmond. It's a scam from head to toe, from top to bottom. He turned in his dispute to me. But as Mr. Churches said, the neighbors, the other party, were not interested in going forward with the Ag Dispute Committee. So that's how I got involved. We said no, so she said, screw you, we're going to do it without you. And then they went and changed everything in this court transcripts, everything. I would like to go back to what Ken Churches did say. When he was asked, page 11, where are you? What you saw, would that be consistent with a commercial operation? No. Not at all? No. So why the heck is everybody saying this is a commercial operation? They're exempt from anything. They can have as many birds as they want. They can have as many coops as they want on 4 acres. You need 20 acres. What is it going to take to get this through the people's heads that you can't have a commercial poultry operation on 4 acres. You just can't do it. I don't know whether they make money because I haven't looked at their books. This is Ken Church's. But I can tell you that having loose birds on your property is not acceptable commercial standards, period. So why are you guys doing this to us? It is so illegal and so wrong, and there is no committee. I turned in a dispute last week, and they're trying to tell me to wait till February. It's supposed to be handled in 7 days. You know who the committee is? The committee is Steve Walensky, Mary Mutz, Bob Garamendi. That's it.
15 seconds, Terry.
I don't need any more time.
Thank you.
Terry, by the way, when we get to supervisors' comments later, I think I might have some good news for you.
If anybody has any handouts for the board, make certain that you go through the board clerk, because we need a copy for the records.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Mayo, the director for the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, and I'm here this morning to make sure that you all receive a copy of the latest Calaveras Activities Guide. We actually came out with this last month because we had run out of the other ones, and this year we've printed 75,000 copies of these to be distributed all over California and the nation and even the world. Additionally, I wanted to let you know a few other things that we have going on. We have entered a partnership with a company called Cellar Pass. And Cellar Pass is, if you've heard of Open Table, like online where you can make online dinner reservations, this is making online wine tasting reservations. And it's a pretty cool partnership that has come about. And so I wanted to share with you our collateral piece that we made for that as well. Unfortunately, I only grabbed 4, so if you guys can share those, that would be great, and I can get more to you if you'd like. Additionally, some other projects we've been working on. We were just at the Bay Area Travel and Adventure Show in the Silicon Valley this last weekend, and along with that, we have a bridal show that was going on in Sacramento where our guides were also being distributed. So we had a double whammy of a weekend last weekend. This coming weekend, these guides will also be distributed at the Silicon Valley Home and Garden Show as part of a wine region, as Calaveras wine region. Several of our wineries will be there pouring wines and selling wines. So it's a really great opportunity for Calaveras County to get in the Silicon Valley even more, as that's a key market for us. We are also taking part in the California Travel and Tourism Commission's media event in San Francisco coming up the 1st of February. And this is where we get to meet one-on-one with travel media in the Bay Area. It's a great opportunity for us to have a chance to get those people to ourselves. And if I were to try and make appointments with all the people I'll get to see that night, it probably would take me about a month to reach each one of them. This way I get to do that in one night. So that's a great partnership that we have with the California Travel and Tourism Commission. Another thing that we have going on, I don't know if you've been fortunate enough to get to see the show yet, but we have Tourism Matters with Elisa. It's a new tourism show on CCTV, and in fact, right after this, I'll be headed that way to go record our second, actually our third and fourth shows, and that's been a great opportunity that we've had, and Ed Lark had invited us to do that, and so we're looking forward to that.
Do you have any time that they're going to air?
I don't, but I can certainly get that for you. And we do get copies because Ed's really great about getting us copies of the show. So, another thing that we have coming up on February 15th, we're putting on a workshop for not only our members, but for the community as well. It'll be from 1 to 5, and it's a workshop. We're going to have 3 different sections. One will be on social media and how to use that, and we really want people to get on board with social media here. The second part of this session will be review websites. If you've heard of Yelp or TripAdvisor or some of these sites, I think oftentimes people are really afraid to get their businesses on there because they don't want to read bad reviews. But really, for the most part, you get really great reviews, and the bad ones, you take them and you learn from them and you try to turn them around. So I think it can actually be really motivational. The third part of this workshop will be how to better co-op and how to work together more, partner more with our members, having our members cross-promoting each other and other businesses as well. That is one of my goals for 2011, is to see more partnering, more leveraging of the marketing dollars that we all have, which are fairly tight. We also want to encourage more social media, and then we also would like to drive more travel media here. We've had a lot of travel media up this last year, but we're reaching out more, being more aggressive about getting folks up here writing about us, because when they write an article, it's invaluable to us. It's usually something we couldn't normally afford to do on our own. Finally, I just want to thank you for once again appointing us to be the representative for Calaveras County for the California State Fair, and we are already working on that. We should have a model of the booth here probably within a month or so. The theme is The Adventure Continues, so that's easy enough for us to build a booth around. And also I would just like to thank all of you for the continued support that you show for the Calaveras Visitors Bureau and for the work that we do. So are there any questions?
Lisa, what is your status of where you're going to be located at this point?
I thought you might ask that. We are currently in the same visitor center building that we have been in for the last 10 years. It is our hope that something can be worked out with the city to remain there. And apparently we are not going to be discussing that until February 7th at the Personnel, Finance, Quality of Life Committee with the City Council.
But you'll be in your current location at least until then?
I believe so. There is some question about that, if they will continue to let us remain there or not, but that would be my hope, that we could stay there until we have some permanent solution.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Good morning. I was told last week by one of your staff members, actually it was Madeline. She says, you haven't been over here talking lately, so I thought I'd come over and give you a little bit of information about what's going on at Mark Twain St. Joseph's Hospital. I'm Larry Cornish. And let's start with physician recruitment to give you an idea of who we should expect in our community in the next few months. First off, we have just brought on board a new gastroenterologist, Dr. Ian Renner. He's opened a private practice on our hospital campus and will also be seeing Medi-Cal patients, which is very important with a number of people looking for alternative insurances. He will be at our family medical centers to see the Medi-Cal patients. Dr. Renner has been a GI doctor for about 25 years. He is well known as one of the developers for ERCP, which is a program or process to treat pancreatic and biliary diseases. He's well known throughout the state, throughout the nation actually. He's from New Zealand, and he's doing quite well in his practice. He's been with us for a couple months now. So that's a good addition to our community. We are in final contract negotiations and credentialing work for a urologist, and it's another specialty that we desperately need here in our community, especially with the aging population that we have. And we understand that the urologist that's over in Sonora is leaving that area, so this is going to have an even bigger impact on our community. So he should be here within 6 months. And we have hired a new family practice physician. His name is Dr. Basato. He will be joining our family medical center practices in the probably February, March area. And he will become our medical director over all of our clinics. So we finally have someone who can not only see patients, but actually direct the quality of care at our family medical centers, which is a gap that we've been having for a couple of years now. So that's exciting to us. Relative to building activities that are going on, our family medical center in Angels Camp the design work is progressing quite well. We've finished the conceptual designs with our local design team, and right now the building looks like it's going to be about 9,200 square feet. The price tag that we have from our project manager is in the neighborhood of $4.7 million. And this new facility will be on Stanislaus in Angels Camp. We hope that it'll be up and occupied by the summer of 2012. And we are meeting with our hospital foundation on Thursday with the hope that they will support the project financially. And we'll keep you up. You'll probably hear about it really fast anyway, but we hope the foundation is going to be real receptive to this project, and it looks outstanding. The floor plan and the exteriors look great. The same thing's happening in Valley Springs. We've been working with the developer for a couple years now on having a similar 10,000 square foot building in Valley Springs next to the fitness center. And now that we have a floor plan and conceptual design, we are going to use that same plan in Valley Springs. Economies of scale saves us a little bit of dollars, saves us a lot of time, and the developer is anxious to get started on that too. So those two projects will parallel one another. The difference in funding is that the project in Valley Springs will be a lease for us. The one in Angels Camp we will own. It's on district land. Let's see. We've got some major equipment purchases, mainly in the imaging department. We just purchased a new ultrasound. It's called a 4D ultrasound unit. It is so much better than the old traditional ultrasound units that you typically see on television, with a little embroid, and you can't really figure it out what's going on there. This new ultrasound unit, 4D ultrasound unit, is just amazing in its clarity, and we know that it's going to help some treatment and outcomes for our community as well. So we have that up and running. And we just got approval in the last month to bring a new MRI to the hospital in its own building. So we're going to be building a new building outside the hospital campus, well, outside the current hospital buildings, and on the hospital campus for this new MRI project. And it's about a $1.4 million project. So once again, all the dollars are staying here in Calaveras County. It's
There,
not
you're
going
at 5
elsewhere.
minutes, so you need to kind of wrap it up.
Okay, Nikki, come up. She's going to talk to you about some of the events.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
Good morning. I'll sign in too as I speak. I'm Nikki Stevens, and I work at the hospital also. And just a couple of quick, exciting announcements just to keep you in the loop. We have a lot of this already out in the press line, which we're very blessed with in our community. Our second annual Spring Health Fair is slated to be held once again in Murphy's at Ironstone Vineyards on Saturday, February the 26th from 7 to noon. We're really excited about this because of the Highway 4 corridor. This allows the residents in our community to utilize the services that we'll have there. A lot of those services are of no charge. There'll be a lot of local businesses that represent health care and benefits to the community at no charge for them to attend. A lot of great free stuff. The blood analysis, once again, which is about a $400 value, will be offered for $45, along with pneumonia shots for $45, and flu shots will be free. We have a lot of great free health screenings, and we hope that you spread the word and you can come up and see us that day. Also, that day, we will have our second annual Lupus Awareness Walk-Run Race there on 6 Mile Road, and that is to promote lupus awareness in our community here in Calaveras. I want to also bring to your attention something that's very exciting that we're in the makes of over across the street in regards to our wonderful employees. We are getting ready to kick off our third annual Resource Connection Food Bank Drive. And actually what we are calling it this year, and you may have seen this out in the press, is called Nourish the Hearts of the Calaveras Community. And this is very important to each and every one of us because, like you probably have seen many a times and heard many a times, the current clientele are our friends, our neighbors, and our coworkers. And the hospital employees take this very seriously, and we will begin this drive next week. It will last for 4 weeks. We are leading this drive, but we are hoping once again that the community will support and get behind us and bring all of their desired offerings to our 5 family medical centers as drop-off points, as well as our 2 lobbies at the hospital. We will deliver, hopefully our goal is over 1,000 pounds on Friday, February the 17th, in conjunction with the week of Valentine's Day. We kind of wrap that theme around compassion because we truly live in a compassionate community. At this time, that's all that I have for you. Do you have any questions for me before I let you continue and leave? Rita?
What's the difference between the one at Ironstone and the one that you have at the hospital?
That's a very good question. The only real difference is the size as far as the vendors. Here at the hospital, the annual health fair that we've had for 13 years, we have over 70 local businesses that are represented. At this time, because of the availability of the buildings and the weather at Ironstone, the demographics are a little different. It's not on our campus, so we have to downsize that somewhat to just over about 40 vendors. So that's really the only difference. The other difference is that we don't have as many fun activities for children at that time as we do here, because once again, this is our campus, so we have a lot more room. But the testing will be the same. There will be the bone density screenings for $10 offered, which is a very popular attraction, if you will. That's really about it. That's a very good question, but it just has to do with some of the local businesses that will be there promoting health and well-being.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Come on up, Julia.
Okay. I want to cut him off. I don't know if this is, hi, everybody. If this is the right time to talk about McElroy Hill has one of the Caltrans T projects ongoing in our town.
It's on the agenda.
That's on the agenda. It's the study session. It's item 12.
But those were closed? Oh, no, it's an open study
Yeah,
session.
no,
So I can speak
we'll
then.
take this. We'll take
Okay, good. Thank you.
comments when we get to the study session.
Okay.
Thank you, Julia. Any other public comments? If so, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close public comments. Before we proceed from item 5 through item 11, let me just state, if you wish to address the board on an agenda item, please come to the rostrum and give your name and your comments or questions. Please limit your comments to the specific subject under discussion. The time limit shall be at the discretion of the chair. So if you have any on the regular agenda, if you wish to comment, just come on up to the podium or get the attention of the chair and we'll take your comments. We'll move forward then to item 5, which is discussion and possible action, a minute order approving a contract amendment with AECOM. What does that stand for? Somebody help me. AECOM. In the amount of $13,134 to prepare a biological assessment and authorize the county administrative officer to sign the contract amendment. Jeannie, are you? Oh, excuse me. There you are. Go ahead. Will you please initiate the discussion?
Sure. Doug Evans with Kitchell. AECOM is just the acronym of the consulting firm that's been hired to help us with environmental mitigations and permitting. Just to answer that question. As you may know, there were 3 elderberry bushes on the site that was acquired by the county, and in order to get a permit with a no impact determination, you have to stay 100 feet away from those elderberries. We're getting between 50 and 100 feet within one of the elderberries, and AECOM's recommendation was that actually was their request to the Corps of Engineers that a no impact assessment be determined. That was their determination. The Corps came back with an opinion that they did not agree, and they wanted a biological assessment done. It's not something that's in AECOM's contract, and the Corps of Engineers just basically tells us you have to do a biological assessment in order to get your permit. So they need $13,000 more to do the biological assessment and consult with Fish and Game and regional water quality.
Once this study is completed, is that going to assure us proper permit? Is that all that they're asking for? I mean, we're not going to come back with...
That's all they're asking for at this time, and the process normally is the information submitted, they review it, they come back with what they want, you give them what they want, and then they give you the permit. but there's no guarantees that they don't come up with something else. I mean, it's the Army Corps of Engineers, and
This is just the elderberry plant.
it's the, yes, it's the Valley Longhorn elderberry beetle that is endangered that is housed in the plant. And we don't even have any, but we still have to study it.
I was involved in a project a couple of years back with East Bay Mud at Pardee watershed area, and we, as part of a project with high school students, actually planted elderberries for that very reason, the plants, because the beetle only lives in that plant. Is there an ability, I mean, you're saying that we've only got 3 in the property, and only one of the 3 is in conflict in terms of the mandated perimeter of 100 feet that we may intrude on. Is there an ability to mitigate that, because we're not removing all the bushes, only one of the 3, that we can mitigate that by planting a new elderberry bush closer to the other ones that aren't in the path of the construction or whatever? And what I'm trying to say, or what I'm trying to get to is, can we mitigate that by planting another one in another area without having to spend $13,000 for somebody to tell us that we can't touch the bush?
If our project was to remove the elderberry, then we'd have to mitigate it. We'd have to either pay to a mitigation bank or do plantings. We're not removing it. We're just coming within the 100-foot barrier that they like to keep you away from. So
would it be easier just to say we're going to remove it and plant another one rather than to argue how close we got to it? Or
not at this point. No, we need to move forward in this direction. And I don't know off the top of my head what the mitigation costs would be, but the consultants felt this was the best way to go. So
I know we got high school kids to plant them out on East Bay Mud's property for free.
Yeah, too bad we couldn't get credit for those.
Yeah.
Any other board comments? Chair's open for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Callaway, second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Do I have further board discussion? All in favor so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you. We'll move forward to item 6, discussion and possible action. This is a request for board direction concerning the county acceptance of the Keepers of the Land plaque by the West Point Miwok community for declaration and placement in West Point and possibly another site in San Andres. This is being brought to us by Supervisor Walensky, so I think I'll let you lead that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of those things that falls under the better late than never category. Acknowledging this history would have been maybe a better timing of 150 years ago, but here we are today, most of us having studied American history, something like this. Columbus discovered it in 1492. We had a revolution, we had a civil war, we had a Western movement, and we had the American 20th century. That's one history, but there's another that is right with us in Calaveras County and is significant. It's a history that is little recognized. You don't see plaques, you don't see a lot of memorial sites in relation to that history, although we have many historic markers. This is an opportunity presented to us by the Miwok community to add to the breadth of our understanding of our history and where we've been right here in this county. Toward that end, people have been working on a project that involves art, poetry, history, and a great deal of creative energy in a process that has been healing in its nature and is ready for presentation today. There are a number of people, I believe, wish to speak to this, including the artist and poet, I hope, and this would be a good time for you to come forward.
I'm scared.
Everybody knows you're not that shy, Joyce.
Hi, my name's Joyce.
Hi, Joyce.
California Indian. I don't want to be in front of that camera. appreciate you to be able to come before the board. This is, and thank you, Steve. It means a lot. I don't want to talk too much because I'll make a fool of myself. Your turn.
My name is Fred Velasquez, and I'm here in support of this project. It's my intention, with the help of the Board of Supervisors, to take this commemorative plaque on to become officially recognized as a point of historical interest through the state of California, through the state legislature, and have it become something that is placed along the highway. I'm hoping also to get the cooperation of several of the Indian tribes, especially ones that own casinos, to have it placed on their property as well, and have it then made a point of historical interest along wherever part of the highways, 108, 120, 50, Highway 160 near Lincoln for Thunder Valley. And so I'm working on that now, but this would help and go a long ways, because in order to secure the permission from, or the comply with the requirements for submitting an application for this, with the state, I need to have a place that it has a location that can be determined. So this will help a great deal. And there's been a lot of work and support by a great number of members of the West Point community, not only the Indian community, but the business community, to help this to come about. The Sandy Gulf Sign Company, Black Diamond Company in West Point as well. They make T-shirts, monogram T-shirts. Blue Mountain Coalition, several other people. And I'm sure there are people here that aren't going to speak, and this time I'd like them to raise their hands or stand up to show that they're here in support of this. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Good, great. So anyway, I'm hoping that we can get the support of the Board of Supervisors for this project. It's something that is very necessary, as Steve has mentioned, and it's also gone a great way to help heal a great deal of the sediments that the Native American community has in this area, especially West Point. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to say, my name is Stanley Ray. I'm half Apache, and I'm just here for backup. So.
I'm Daniel Sandoval, and I just want to show you the plaque at the start.
And also would like to briefly, this also has to do with our future. And if it's approved, I would like to state myself that it would be a big deal to begin with. It's always been very thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank all of you. Thank you, Steve. I love you.
I just want to really be brief and thank Steve very much for his efforts on this. And it has been a wonderful experience for all of us. And I think this plaque is probably going to rest at the Blue Mountain Coalition for Youth and Families. And for us, it's a great opportunity for many other interactions, healing activities, and it's a wonderful statement for our kids. So thank you if you approve this.
Would you please sign in and help our board clerk?
I'm Katrina Lambie. I'm the director of the Blue Mountain Coalition for Youth and Families.
Thank you.
Okay, Joyce, you need to read it. Come on.
Any other public comments? Or NEWA comments?
For or against? Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, then I will close the, excuse me, okay?
Am I requested to read it? Yes. Now, this
Well,
poem, this is a poem.
That's up to you. You're certainly welcome to read it if you would like.
Okay, this is a poem. It's not to offend anybody or anything. This is from my heart, good time. This is for my people.
Okay.
Okay, it's titled Keepers of the Land. And I'll be honest, I got the idea because Miss Torn had a thing going on up there in our community. It was Keepers of the Language. Okay. This is the truth about the tragic destruction of the way of life. It happened for only one reason. Our people abandoned so many Indian villages in Calaveras County alone. The people lived a quiet, this needs to be changed to Miwok. The Miwok lived a quiet, simple life. So close to nature, they changed with the seasons. I'm not even supposed to be doing this, especially with that on.
Would you like someone else to read it for you? Maybe
Yeah.
Steve would read
Yeah,
it for you.
it'd be better.
Steve,
Come on,
why don't you
Steve.
go up and read it?
Do the honor, please. This isn't good. I'm not supposed to be seen crying, much less on camera crying. It's not good. It shows weakness.
Thank you, Joyce. Please stay with me. I'm not reading it unless you stand next to me. You wrote it. This is the truth about the tragic destruction of a way of life. It happened for only one reason. Our people abandoned so many Indian villages in Calaveras County alone. The people lived a quiet, simple life, so close to nature they changed with the seasons. The men were many miles away from the village, hunting for wild game. They felt a sense of sadness, uneasiness. Something was out of the ordinary, something was different, something was strange. The women and children were down by the river pounding acorns and singing some of their songs. The deer and gray squirrel running past them in panic were the first to signal something was wrong. Suddenly there were strangers standing in the water, pointing at shiny yellow stuff and yelling words the people didn't understand. There was no need for the yellow stuff when all they needed was provided when the Creator made this land. The attack on the village came violent and quick. Women running and trying to protect their children, seeing some bashed with rocks, some killed with a noisy stick. The old Hayapo chief, wounded and bleeding, heartbroken to see such an ugly sight, looked skyward and prayed toward the heavens. He cried, "Creator, why is this happening? Creator, this just isn't right. Creator, look what they've done to my family. Creator, I'll stand here and fight." Of course, they were outnumbered in many ways. No mercy towards women, children, or the very old. Nothing or no one would stand in their way. These strangers were after gold. Perhaps, if not so consumed with greed, the people might have shown them where to find it or given a helping hand, for Indian people are caretakers of Mother Earth and keepers of the land. No one is truly dead until they are forgotten. Let us not forget Uncle Dave Jeff, keeper of the language and keeper of the land. Underneath this plaque would be this dedication. This is a dedication to Indian people of so long ago, to the ones that died, the ones sold as slaves, to the ones stolen away and forced to attend boarding schools and cut their hair, never to speak their own language. This is a dedication to the people who had no choice but to learn a whole new way of survival. If not for you, we wouldn't exist today. The photo is of Lucy in the early 1900s. Aho.
Thank you.
This is Lucy. Uncle Dave, I mentioned because he was the elder that gave me permission to move forward with this. He's gone, he died last year. He also spoke the language fluently. I'm ashamed to say I can't stand up here and speak my language, but I'm going to change that. We'll be learning. Anyways.
Joyce, one thing before you leave the podium, there's some considerable artwork that's been attached to this picture of a roundhouse on top. Who did that?
I did. I'm not an artist, but I done that. I had to in order to get this going. And it's shaped as an acorn to represent that was the main staple. This is for our people from long, long ago. That's what this is about. So, am I done? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marty Crane, Rancho Valley Springs. I would just like to say that we moved through. Hard head. We move through our daily lives, and we find little teaching moments everywhere we go. And I think that this is just yet another example that we can all learn from, where people came together and continue to have the conversation and find areas of commonality and move their energies together in a positive fashion. And while hearing parts of our history that are a little discussed, maybe painful and maybe a little embarrassing, it serves us well to know exactly the fullness, as Steve mentioned, the breadth of our history. And I, for one, would like to applaud them and wish them Godspeed. Thank you.
Steve, would you like to make the motion?
I believe that Supervisor Spellman would like to make a comment, but I'll make the motion, and the motion would be as follows, that it be the position of the Board of Supervisors to support this effort, that we endorse the placing of this at the West Point location, and that we ask that the Public Works Department seek and find a spot to place it on the campus here at Government Center, perhaps at the historic site, the Red Barn, or perhaps somewhere right here in the courthouse area, but that would be for Public Works to figure out.
Let's see if we can get a second. You want to second it?
Sure, I'll second that motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Walensky, a second by Supervisor Spellman. Is there further board discussion? Darrell?
I just wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Just for the board
Was
discussion.
Joyce?
Yes.
Joyce, thank you for your dedication, and clearly we could sense your emotion surrounding this dedication. My background is as a history teacher, and I'm very curious about all things history related. When I first moved to Calaveras County 8 years ago, between Valley Springs and Linden, there's a place called Bolota, as signed on the side of the road. And it sounds very Italian. You know, it sounds like a balata or something like that. So I wanted to know what the origins were. I did an extensive amount of research, and there's not much to be known because it's such a small place, but I dug deep and I found that actually Bolota is a Spanish word for acorn. The people who lived there, the native people that lived there, were known to the Spanish people that came into the area as the acorn people, because East Stanislao and some of the people south of there were a little bit more contentious, and so these people, to keep the peace, they weren't very contentious. They didn't want to contend for hunting lands, so they stayed close to that, kind of like where Escalon-Bolota Road comes into 26. There's a nice little river watershed there, and nice little lowlands, and that's where they made their home there. And I thought that was interesting. So I would hope that if that gets approved and there's signage on the highways, that maybe they might put one at Bolota for the people that were known as the acorn people.
Originated from Casson-Manona. That's up at 6 Mile, and then on my grandmother's side, it's Kumusah. That's where they eat, and we went up to Jefferson.
Very good.
But I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we vote, I'd like to place into the record a letter from Judith Marvin, who I believe you've all seen the letter, but I think it belongs in the record. I'd like to give this to the clerk. And if there are no further public comments, I would call for the question on the motion. She says,
it was supportive.
She says that this is a great idea and it's about time.
And that means a lot coming from the historian.
I have a motion. I have a second. Any further board comments? All in favor, so indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. We move forward to item 7, discussion and possible action concerning approval of the Monty Wolf Cabin as one of the National Trust's 11 most endangered places. This is being brought to us by Supervisor Callaway. Marita, would you like to initiate the discussion?
think the segue from the item before into this is appropriate. Going back to what we just did, it's again the keepers of the land and saving the destruction of a way of life. Now, the lone wolf of the Sierra, also known as Monty Wolf, is a very colorful character. And he might not have gone back hundreds of years, but he did go back to a cabin that he built in 1933, which luckily still stands. And the intent of the letter, a minute order, then requesting the board approve for the chair to sign to the National Trust for Historic Preservation is to save this cabin. It's indicative of other things that are falling by the wayside in our national forest. This cabin is in Alpine County. This has the support of the Alpine County Board of Supervisors. That was important since I didn't think we should be doing it unless Alpine does. It has the support of the Amador County Board of Supervisors. It has the support of Congressman Lundgren and Congressman Garamendi. And for the same reasons that we want to put this sign up in West Point and at Government Center, I would like support of this letter to go and be nominated as one of the most endangered historic places. And we can go back to last year when they tried to remove some of it and it was stopped. It made quite a bit of front page news. But the point is that it's part of our history, it's part of the culture of the Sierra Nevada mountains. And I think it deserves due recognition. And I would like support from the board on this.
Do I have further board discussion? Seeing none, I'll open it up for any public discussion. Any public, excuse me.
No, that's okay. I'll speak after the public.
Okay, then we'll come back to the board. Okay, I'm sorry, Steve.
Good morning, board. Thank you, Marita. That was a good introduction, and I think the people from West Point pointed out as in their interest. There are other interests to preserve historic resources and cultural resources. I'd like to speak on behalf of the Monty Wolf Foundation and the Monty Wolf Society in asking the board's support of pushing this letter forward to propose the nomination of the Monty Wolf Cabin to the list of the 11 most endangered historical places. I'm a backpacker. I live in McCollum Hill, and I served in the United States Marine Corps and did a lot of hiking there and have done more in the McCollum Wilderness since my discharge. This, as Marita stated, this was supported 5-0 by both Amador and Alpine counties to nominate the Monty Wolf Cabin for listing in the 11 most endangered places. I've been to the cabin numerous times, and I believe that it's a real treasure and a real historic and cultural resource that dates back, as Marita stated, to 1932 when it was started to be constructed. Unfortunately, in October of 2009, a Forest Service employee and 2 volunteers from Wilderness Watch decided that they had the duty to tear the door off the cabin, the door that Monty Wolf himself built with his own hands. And also they tore the stovepipe from the roof, causing the cabin to be open to animals and the weather. This violated Section 106 of the, help me out, Julia, the Historic Preservation Act, and put the cabin into foreclosure. Once the Forest Service staff in El Dorado Forest realized the damage was done, they had the obligation to try to make things right. Fortunately, after much encouragement by the Monty Wolf folks and other interested folks in the community, the Forest Service supervisor decided that he needed to secure the cabin, and sent a delegation of Forest Service law enforcement and other folks to put a temporary barricade until a more permanent and appropriate and architecturally correct door could be reconstructed and put there, and the cabin repaired, including the roof. I would just like to say that I would like to ask and encourage the board to support this nomination and remind everyone that these pieces of our history, these cabins that exist in the wilderness area, are significant. They are not only local but national pieces of our past, and a way to link us back to things like the mountain men and trappers of the early days. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? If so, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close public comments. I'll bring the discussion back to the board. Steve?
It appears that we have Calaveras History Day upon us, and in just a quick comment, as we race pell-mell into the modern era here in Calaveras, a lot of our history has been sort of paved over and sort of passed on by and deconstructed. These things, people wonder why they have such emotion. Part of it is that this is a county that has a great, or where many of the people have a great sense of place, where we actually are connected to our history and where we have some reverence and consideration for it. It seems to me this sets us apart from a good part of the rest of California. But when these things become threatened or ignored, it is to our peril, because the people who don't know where they came from, how they got here, what their history is, will truly be lost in moving into the future. So that connection is one that I believe just about everybody in the room seems to have come to support today. And I thank you for that. I intend to support the resolution and would like to second it behind Marita's motion.
Any other board comments? Seeing none, Marita, would you like to
Yes, I
put it
would very
forward?
much, but I do for the record, and I've already sent it to the clerk. There was one letter in protest from a man named Eddie Berry. He couldn't be here today, but I did submit his letter to the clerk for the record, and a letter from Judith Marvin in support of this. I make a motion for the minute order for the chair to sign the letter.
And I second that.
I have a motion by Supervisor Callaway, a second by Supervisor Walensky. Do I have further board discussion?
I just have a question of the foundation.
Go ahead.
Where was the foundation able to procure the original door that was removed, or the stovepipe? Any of the original?
Unfortunately, the damage that was caused by the Forest Service employee and the volunteers rendered the door basically kindling. It was turned into pieces that you can barely hold in your hands. It was really smashed to smithereens, so to speak.
It's horrible.
So it would have to be totally reconstructed.
Thank you.
Further board discussion. I have a motion. I have a second before the board. All in favor, so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes on a 5-0 vote of the Board of Supervisors. Okay, we will now move forward to discussion and possible action, the appointment of applicants to the Calaveras County Planning Commission for the years 2011 and 2012. And I am on 8, so what happened to 8? Moved it up. So those applicants are in front of us. Supervisor Spellman has included his late in the day. So if there's discussion on this item by board members, is there any discussion by the public on the appointment by the Board of Planning Commissioners for the respective districts? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. What? Okay. Does somebody have... When whoever makes the motion, will you read it into the record? How's that? Okay, the chair's open for a motion.
Well, I have two candidates, and I want to nominate Suzanne Keel.
Okay. Darren, who are you nominating?
I only have one candidate to nominate, and that is Nick Salime.
Gary?
Ted Oliver.
Steve?
Fawn McLaughlin.
And I'm going with Bill Mason, who's the current planning commissioner. So those are the names, and the chair is open for a motion.
I so move, sir.
I have a motion by Supervisor Tofinelli, a second by Supervisor Walensky.
Yes, and I'd like to...
for the board discussion.
With my second, I'd like to just explain that we are continuing a tradition wherein each board member has an opportunity to select the person they feel best could serve and represent, and that's exactly what we've done in supporting one another's nominations here today.
For the board discussion, I have a motion and a second before the board. All in favor, so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes on a 5-0 vote of the Board of Supervisors. Move forward then to item 9, which is discussion and possible action, appointment of applicants to various committees and commissions to serve under the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. So maybe we'll just go in the order in which Madeline gave them to us. The first is the Commission on Aging. One opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/12, District 2. One opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/11 for District 3. One opening for an unexpired term to 12/11/12 for District 3. And one opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/13 for District 3. One opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/11 for District 4. And one opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/11 for District 5. And one opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/12 for District 5. And what I'm showing in front of me, and maybe somebody has more applicants than what I'm showing 2 applications for all of that. One is a young lady, Janet Bell, from District 2 for the Commission on Aging. And the other is, I believe, another lady, Lynn Epler, from District 5 for the Commission on Aging. So if there's any other applicants that the board's aware of? Seeing none, the chair would open and entertain a motion for the appointment of the 2 that have applied.
I'd make that motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Walensky. I have a second by Supervisor Callaway. Oh, they both did. Further board discussion? All in favor, so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Okay, that's Commission on Aging. The next one I'm showing is the Agricultural Advisory Committee. One opening for an alternate unexpired term to 12/31/12 for District 2. One opening for a term to 12/31/14 for District 3, and one opening for a term to 12/31/14 for District 4. Now we have Stuart Mast has applied for District 3, and Steve Collum has applied for District 4. So I would entertain a motion to appoint those 2 individuals. I have a motion by Supervisor Callaway. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Walensky. Do I have any further board discussion? Do you wish to address the board?
Yes, I would, if I could.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you talking about the ag dispute resolution?
No, we're not.
Okay, because
That's coming up. You'll have your day at the podium.
Didn't they change the name of that now? The subcommittee?
This is not, help me or correct me if I'm in error here, but I do not believe this is the ag.
No.
The next one's the ag dispute.
This is the advisory committee, which generally presides over Williamson Act applications and reviews a number of other.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the Board of Supervisors. Okay, next up is the Agricultural Dispute Resolution Committee. There's one opening for a Farm Bureau representative for a term to 12/31/11, one opening for an alternate Farm Bureau representative for a term to 12/11/11, or 12/31/11, excuse me. One opening for a cattleman representative for a term to 12/31/11. One opening for an alternate cattleman representative for a term to 12/31/11. One opening for a Wine Grape Alliance representative for a term to 12/31/11. One opening for an alternate Wine Grape representative for the same term, one opening for a Calaveras Grown representative for the same term, and one opening for an alternate Calaveras Grown for the same term. 3 openings for public representatives for terms to 12/31/11, and 3 openings for alternate public representatives for terms to 3/31/11. So we have applications from William Grohl, who would like to represent the Wine Grape Association. We have an application from Jean Gonzalez, and she would like to represent Calaveras Grown. We have an application from Carl Mills Jr., who would like to be a public member. We have an application from Suzanne Coe, who would like to be a public member. And we have an application from Michelle Rugo, who would like to be an alternate public member. But we have 3 public member openings, do we not?
That's correct.
Yes, we do.
So I guess she's applied. Madeline, do you know whether she wants to be specifically just an alternate and not a regular? She wishes to be an alternate. Okay. So that's what before us. We have available room to appoint all those that have applied. So with that, I'll go to public comments. I'm going to limit the public comments to 3 minutes.
Is there any other openings for the public on the ADRC committee? Because I believe that we should have actual public people on representing the public rather than...
There's three openings for public members.
Well,
and we
I
have...
2 requests.
We have 1 public member, Carl Mills Jr., another public member, Suzanne Coe, and then a public member alternative, and Michelle Rugo. So there is availability for 1 additional member.
Well, I would like to apply. I would like to become a member of that committee, and I would also like to say that Susie Coe should not be a part of the public's committee. She has her own illegal cock ranch, just like Mrs. Redmond, and she's out there protecting Mrs. Redmond. She was supposed to be our public appointed person to help us. She didn't help us a bit. She helped the other people 100%. Now, we can't, if we're going to have an ag dispute resolution committee, it's got to be neutral. You can't have plants put in on the public side who are really a cattlemen's association person. And that's the problem that we have in this whole situation. Is Mrs. Coe came out to our house pretending to be our representative. And you would not believe the emails that we got from her talking about us and my neighbors, saying that we must be hearing things. Now, in the transcripts that I gave you from Ken Churches, if you please read them, it says 3 years ago he hears considerable noise from those birds. That was when they had 30. Susie Coe says she didn't hear anything, and she's saying we're hearing things. Now, to have someone like that on a public committee is fraudulent, 100% fraudulent. She needs to be either on the Cattlemen's Association, or she is in more violation than anybody in this county. I showed you the map of her property. She's got 6 or 7 people complaining about her operation, and her whole goal is to come out and protect other people and their operations, and say that she's the public. A flat-out, blatant lie. And we can't have that on a committee that's supposed to be neutral. Thank you. And I would like to come on that committee if I possibly could.
Hold on for a minute. What we have are the applications in front of us.
Okay.
If you wish to apply, you have every right to apply. You need to go over to the board clerk after the meeting, get an application, and fill out an application. That will come back to us when the board clerk...
May I
we
respond?
have all kinds of openings on all these things, so I'm sure we're going to re-advertise everything, I would suspect.
Well,
and it will probably come back in a month or 6 weeks.
And I appreciate that, but I would like to make one more statement before I leave. I got Susie Coe's application when she signed up for the last one as a public member, and it clearly states, I am for agricultural operations. My whole life is agricultural operations. I want to represent agricultural operations. That's what her application says. And you're taking it like she's like she's a public member. Shoot, I've never seen anything a bigger scam in my life than the ADRC. We need someone on there who's honest, and I'm willing to be that person.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it, are there any other public comments? Then I'll bring it back to the board. We have these, five applications, two of the public comments and an alternate public comment, public member. Does anybody wish to pull Suzanne Coe's name or have a discussion concerning Suzanne Coe? I do not know the lady, so.
I don't know the lady either. She's from McCollum Hills.
Yeah, she lives in the Golden Hills subdivision.
She has complaints about her property as we speak to go through the ADRC. And her neighbors have been complaining for her for years about her noise, about the horse manure being pushed on.
I'll close the public comments because you were done. In fact, we've run out of time. So let's just see what the board wants to do with it. So, the chair is open for a motion, and you can decide whether to include her or not include her, or if you want to just carry her application over so you can talk to Mary Mutz or others, the board has the discretion to do that also.
Well, my knowledge of Susie Coe is that she took all the courses, in fact, extra courses in mediation, scores of hours. Unfortunately, all the public comment relating to the ADRC has been with one case. And so people are unfamiliar with the work that has been done in many other cases and have been considerably more successful than the one before us.
We've closed public comments.
But
all right.
I believe to let this comment stand without the opportunity for Ms. Coe to speak to you directly, not through me, but to you directly, would be unfair to her. So my suggestion would be that we pull this for this occasion.
But continue the application as valid.
Continue this application, and that we give her an opportunity to describe to you directly what her experience is.
I'd like to talk to Mary Mutz. I mean, if she has complaints filed against her that the Ag Dispute Resolution Committee is reviewing, then I think there is
right. If there's that kind of conflict. On the other hand, if all the conflicts that we're talking about come through a single case, I think that all the other work needs to be part of your consideration.
I support pulling it.
Okay, but continue it till the next. And let us
have time to talk to.
Yes, and while Michelle Rugo requests to be an alternate, since we have only one application that we'd be considering, I would request also that the representative from that district might contact her and see whether she's willing to serve.
But she put down specifically, because she resigned from the domestic
from the DAC. That's
animal because she just didn't have enough time. So my suspicion is she doesn't want to be a full-time member.
All right. Well,
was that your understanding? She specifically said, I only wish to be an alternate? Okay, I think we should just go with her request. Okay, then be clear on the motion, whoever makes it. Or the chair will entertain a motion to appoint those that have applied with the exception of Suzanne Coe, which will be continued and brought back to the board with any additional applications for board consideration when next scheduled for after you go out and re-advertise for the other open positions.
I'll make the motion that Carl Mills Jr. be appointed to the Ag Dispute Resolution Committee, that Michelle Rugo be appointed as an alternate to that committee, and that we postpone for further consideration the application of Susie Coe, requesting the Ag Department to report to us on this circumstance.
How about William?
We already have Bill Grohl and
Bill Grohl for the Wine Grape Alliance.
Yes, and to accept
and Gene Gonzalez for the
to accept the nominations from the organizations responsible for doing so.
No, we'll close the public comments.
I'll second that.
We're continuing Suzanne Coe, and the board will look at that. I have a motion by Supervisor Walensky, a second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Is there further board discussion? All in favor so indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Next up is the Air Pollution Control District Hearing Board. One opening for a public member to serve an unexpired term to 12/31/20 12. And I believe we have two applicants, one Marie M. Robertson, and we have a Richard Epler. So do you wish to have any discussion on this? Does anybody know either of these individuals?
I know Mr. Epler.
And I know Marie.
Marie?
Marie is currently on the board?
Yes.
Oh, she's the incumbent?
Yes. She's been a member for several years and wants to continue in that capacity.
Well, that's what it says, continues. Okay.
Mr. Epler lives in my district, and I personally asked him if he would put his application forward. He has 37 years experience working with Caltrans, and one of his primary functions is for permit compliance for construction, which has to do with air quality regulations, which he assists with the engineering department of Caltrans. So I don't know Ms. Robertson's qualifications, but I certainly know Mr. Epler's qualifications, and I asked him personally if he would apply for that, because I believe that if he's willing to serve in that position, that we would be lucky to have him with his 37 years of experience in that field.
I would just point out the Air Pollution Control District meets about once every 5 years. When we get when an air permit is required, and that is extremely rarely.
Well, he'd be a definite asset in terms of if we had, with the wagon trail or any of that kind of stuff that's coming in project.
That doesn't go to those. You might find something else.
It would be like an industrial plant that had to come in, and there's a term for it. I can't grab the term, where they have to come in for an air permit because stuff is coming out the smokestack or something like that. It's not construction projects.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the last time they met. Is anybody? We don't have Brian in here, do we? Okay. Okay, well, I'm glad I'm sitting here and I don't have to make the motion or second it, so you guys can decide.
I wonder whether he might consider breaking in as an alternate. There's certainly going to be an opportunity for all people, alternates and regulars, to participate, so his knowledge could be shared in that capacity. I would hate to take somebody off who's been serving effectively and has expressed a desire to continue.
Would there be a possibility for Ms. Robertson to serve as an alternative to Mr. Epler to fill him in on what takes place when it takes place every 5 years? I think the fact that I was able to get him to put his hat in the ring, so to speak, is in even though they don't meet very often, I think that if we could get him involved in some way, I think that would serve the county very well.
Maybe there's something else that he could use his skill. I mean,
we have many boards and commissions that actually have vacancies. I hate to see us.
I'm just thinking in terms of his expertise, that he's working with air pollution issues.
Let me ask Madeline a question for clarification. Madeline, this is one opening for a public member to serve on an unexpired term. Do we have any openings for other professional people, and would the Caltrans individual meet that professional qualification? What do we have on the air board? Do you have a mic down there to talk into? An attorney.
And the rest are just general members.
And there's only one opening for a public member? They're all public members?
Those aren't, the other was an unexpired term, actually.
Well, if she's already on the board, then this must not be her term that we're filling.
No, she is not currently on. She has been on before, but she's not currently on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now, are there any other openings that are coming quickly? I mean, did somebody resign, or is this just a normal appointment?
Right now they're staggered, so 3 of them will be at the end of this year. The public member, the engineer, and Mr. Thompson Jr.'s position will be up. 531.
Does this gentleman qualify in the engineers category? He's assisted engineers, but he's not an engineer.
No, he's not.
Who did not
His heart's not going to be broken if he doesn't get I'm just thinking in terms of the county, if we could get him involved in some way. He's near retirement probably in a few years, so to get him involved is something that doesn't take place very often, and with that kind of expertise of 37 years experience, I'd like to see him in somehow.
There's openings at the end of the year that'll be open in January.
Not to a public member, though. Those are for engineers or lawyers.
No,
There is a public, one of the public members is coming up in that time. So that if he were an alternate this time, he would be in line to become fill that position.
But this is an open position without the incumbent having reapplied.
That's correct.
Mr. Chair, I think you need to convene as the Air Pollution Control District.
Do I have to do that to make this appointment?
I suppose, to be technically correct, yes.
Okay. While we all pause here, I will entertain a motion to suspend from the Board of Supervisors and to reconvene as the Air Pollution Control District Hearing Board, or the Air Pollution Control District. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
If this doesn't pass, we don't have to appoint anybody.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor Callaway and second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor, so indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes on a 5-0 vote of the Board of Supervisors, and we are now convening as the Air Pollution Control District Board. So that is our capacity to make this appointment, and the chair is open for a motion.
I make a motion that Mr. Richard Epler be accepted as the new appointee to the Air Pollution Control District Board, based on his experience, not negating any value that the other candidate may have.
Do I have a second?
This person is not the incumbent. She's not serving on the board. It's an unexpired term for somebody else that stepped down. I'll second.
I have a motion then by Supervisor Spellman, a second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Do I have further board discussion? All in favor, so indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, it passes on a 3-2 vote for a committee that may not meet again in our lifetimes, but it was Supervisors Callaway and Walensky in the negative. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn from the Air Pollution Control District and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Walensky, a second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Do I have further board discussion? All in favor, so indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the Board of Supervisors. So again, we are sitting as the Board of Supervisors, and we will move forward then to the Agency 12, Agency on Aging Advisory Council. We have one opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/11, one opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/12, and one opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/13, one opening for a term to 12/31/13, and one opening for someone representing provider services who shall serve at the pleasure of the board. I see one application. Am I correct on that?
It's one application, and this application is from Daryl Rusk.
Okay, and Daryl Rusk passed away last Friday, so we won't entertain that, and we will move forward.
Yes, there are a couple of people that will be putting applications forward, so in our reconsideration.
I think Adam needs to re-advertise and then bring the whole package back, because we have lots of openings.
Yes, I think, though, when Daryl's name came forward, people didn't want to.
Okay. Move forward then to the Comanche Regional Park Advisory Board. One opening for a term to 12/31/12. And I'm showing one application.
One application. This is by
Larry Meyer. Mayor, who lives on Comanche Parkway. So apparently he qualifies to be appointed. The chair is open for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Tofinelli, a second by Supervisor Walensky. Any further board discussion? All in favor, so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the Board of Supervisors. Okay, next up is 3 openings for terms to 12/31/13 for Children and Families Commission. And I see that we have, oops, the one we just did. We have Patricia Haskell, who lives in Murphy's, is a fine lady. We have Alethea Shannon Crawford, who lives in Valley Springs. So we have 2 and we have 3 openings. So is there discussion?
Yes, these are both people who currently serve and have served for some time. Shannon is the current chair of the commission, or has been for the last year, I should say. And Patty Haskell has been a tremendous asset to it. Both have complete support of the commission itself, and I would recommend the approval of these 2 applications.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I have a
second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Walensky, a second by Supervisor Tofinelli for these 2 appointments. Further board discussion? All in favor, so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Next up is County Service Area Number 1, Rancho Calaveras, 4 openings to terms, 4 terms to 12/31/14. I'm seeing 2 applications. Lynn Epler.
Same.
Actually, you have 2 from Lynn Epler.
Oh, 2 from Lynn Epler, okay. So we have 1 applicant and 2 applications.
No, one's the old one.
I believe these are.
That was the original.
Okay, so we have an application, Lynn Epler. Apparently she is qualified for the appointment. Darren, this is, I believe, in your neck of the woods, is it not, Rancho?
Yeah, she served prior on CSA 1, and there was some discussion late last year as to whether or not she was still held
Duly
out
appointed?
right, or duly released or whatever. So
You wish to appoint?
Hence
yes,
the
I do.
re-app.
Yeah.
Why don't you make the motion?
I make the motion that Lynn Epler be accepted as a committee member for the CSA 1 Rancho Calaveras.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Spellman, a second by Supervisor Walensky. All in favor, so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. We'll move forward then to Service Area Number 2, Board 20, 3 openings for terms to 12/31/14. We have 2 applicants, I believe, Mike Jones and Mike Osgood.
Actually,
excuse me, we have 3. And Troy Myers. That's fine. Those are in my district, and I would be supportive of the motion.
So moved.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Supervisor Tofinelli, a second by Supervisor Spellman. Is there further board discussion?
We're on Diamond 20, is that?
No, we're on
Bar 20. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting the bars confused. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor, so indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Move forward then to County Service Area Number 4, Diamond 20. 3 openings for terms to 12/31/14. And I see we have Gene Kennedy, Robert Toynbee, Stan Barnes, and Janet Jones Sterling. So what's that, 4? 3 openings, and we have 4 applicants. So am I doing that right? 4 applicants?
4. It says 3 openings in our, okay.
There are 4 openings? Oh, okay, so they're all eligible for appointment, so.
And are all to serve to 12/31/14, or is one an unfinished? One's to 12, so we would need to determine which person that was. Is that correct?
Okay, Darren, this is in your district, if you'd like to make the motion, and what clarification do we need? Clarification do we need, Madeline?
Which one would fill out the remaining term, the unfinished term? So 3 of them go to 12/31/14, and one would go to 12, excuse me.
I would make a motion that we accept these 4 individuals for this CSA. I would also suggest that Mr. Stan Barnes be the individual to fill until 2012. As indicated on his application here, reason for wanting to serve, that he must be crazy. So I'm assuming that he'd like to spend less time than the others. On the
Good
committee, if
criteria as
possible.
any.
Yeah, he asked for it.
Yeah. So I make a motion under those circumstances.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Further board discussion. All in favor, so indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Next up, we go to County Service Area number 8, Spring Hills. 1 opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/12. 2 openings for unexpired terms to 12/31/14, and 1 opening for a term to 12/31/14. So we have, what are we on? Oh, Spring Hills. I think all I see is 1 applicant.
You have 1, yes.
Okay, so we have 1 applicant, Robert Lee Wise, who is eligible for appointment. So where would the board like to go with it?
I'll move that we put him for the unexpired term, one of the unexpired terms to 12/31/14.
Do I have a second?
And what about the others, Gary?
Do we only have 1
We
applicant?
only have
No.
1 out.
There's not.
Yeah,
Aren't these?
no, they're Golden Hills.
They're Golden Hill.
I think you're looking at Golden Hills.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, we only have the 1.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Did I get a second? Madeline, did I get a second? No, okay. I need a second to the motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Tofinelli, a second by Supervisor Callaway. Further board discussion? All in favor, so indicate by stating aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Next up is County Service Area number 12. Golden Hills, 3 openings for terms to 12/31/14.
And you have 3.
We have 3. We have Charles Bob Leitzel, Daniel Young, and Kenneth Oliver. So,
Yes, we have 3 good applicants, and I would move to accept their applications and approve them by my motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Walensky, a second by Supervisor Callaway. Is there further board discussion? All in favor, so indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. We'll move next to Domestic Animal Advisory Committee. 1 opening for a term to 12/31/11, District 1. 1 opening for an alternate for a term to 12/31/11, District 1. 1 opening for a term to 12/31/11 for District 2, and 1 opening for an alternate for a term to 12/31/11, District 2. 1 opening for a term to 12/31/11, District 3, and 1 opening for an alternate for a term for like term, District 3. 1 opening for a term to 12/31/11 for District 4, and 1 opening for an alternate for a term for the same term. 1 opening for a term the same term for District 5, and the same term for an alternate for District 5. 1 opening for a licensed veterinarian for a term to 12/31/11. 1 opening for a I think you mean not human society, Humane Society representative for a term to 12/31/11. 1 opening for a licensed kennel owner representative for a term to 12/31/11. 1 opening for a commercial livestock producer representative for a term to 12/31/11. We have the following applications before us. We have Kim Shepard, who's from District 2 and a current member. We have Valerie Sager from District 2, who's, I'm assuming, an alternate when it says ALT. We have Sharon Vidal from District 1. And we have Jean McComber from District 3, Arnold. We have Joe Ingram. from just an alternate, that's currently an alternate, or I guess she's applying for alternate. Is she applying for alternate? Is that what she's doing? Okay, they're applying for an alternate. District 3, Randy McNerlin from Angels Camp for District 4. Teresa Paul for District 5. From Copperopolis.
Paula Pettengale.
What?
Paula Pettengale.
As the alternate.
As an alternate, thank you. Joanne Crumfuls from District 5 as an alternate. Raymond Cesari as a vet. Ray Cesari. Donna Lynn Keever representing the Humane Society. Susan Justin Morone representing a kennel, and Rex Whittle representing, I believe, the cattlemen. Be representing the cattlemen. So, as I read through all those, did anybody see where we had too many applicants for any position, or are all those applicants eligible for appointment?
We have one in my district.
There's a double.
We have one in my district.
Where
For
we
the
have
alternate.
too many applicants?
Yeah, we got two applicants for one position of alternate.
Okay. Do you have a recommendation to make?
I recommend Joanne Crumfuls as the alternate.
Okay.
She's not currently serving, but she is a member of the Humane Society and works with them in Calaveras County. And with
does she want to represent the Humane Society? Because one person in here said they wanted to represent the Humane Society. I'm assuming they were brought forward by the Humane Society.
But
Is
the
that the same person?
I believe the applications here are through the District 5, and the other ones were noted.
Lynn Kiva represents the Humane Society.
Okay.
So he's right.
Okay. So you have your alternate for preference for your district. In any other district, were there any conflicts?
No.
Okay, then the chair is open for a motion, including Supervisor Spellman's recommendation for the alternate in his district.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the applicants with the selection between the two for alternate as recommended by Supervisor Spellman.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Kalinsky and a second by Supervisor Topanelli. Further board discussion. All in favor to indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did everybody else speak up?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye, Captain.
Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. And if it's all right with the board, since I'm losing my voice and came down with a cold yesterday,
You're whipping
I'm going to let the Vice Chair,
rest of
Gary,
this.
read the rest of this, and then when we get back to the regular agenda, I probably can handle it if you don't mind. So we're on.
We're on Emergency Medical
Yeah, there you
Services Oversight Committee. We have one opening
Thank you.
for unexpired term to 6/30/12 for District 1, and one opening for an unexpired alternate term to 6/30/12, District 1. One opening for an unexpired alternate term to 6/30/12 in District 2, and one opening for an unexpired alternate term to 6/30/13. I'm assuming that's District 2 also. One opening for an unexpired alternate term to 6/30/13 in District 3, and one opening for an unexpired alternate term in 6/30/13 in District 5. I see one application in front of us. That's from a William Schmidt. I don't see him in the audience out there. I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, but before we do this, I'm curious because I thought District 2 had one alternate, and if we're filling that, why would we need a second? Is this an error, or do we have two alternates to fill?
No, just an alternate.
So that the second piece of that is a typo?
Or it was a repeat or something that was typed in.
There was one opening for alternate District 2. There was alternate District 1 representative.
Yeah, but right after that, it says one opening for an unexpired term, alternate term 6/30/13, and then it doesn't have a district behind it. I read it as district. I said I assume that's District 2. Because that one, the first one is to 6/30/12, and then the one after that says 6/30/13.
Yeah, that was for District 3.
Oh, okay.
Well, while we're pleased to have the opportunity to fill 2 alternates, Mr. Schmidt will certainly fill both adequately.
Sure you will. Sure you will.
I would make the motion to approve the application for the alternate for this EMS commission.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. On to Fish and Game Commission. We have 2 openings for terms to 12/31/11 in District 1, and 2 openings for alternatives for terms to 12/31/11 in District 1. 2 openings for terms to 12/31/11 in District 2, and 2 openings for alternatives for terms to 12/31/11 in District 2. 2 openings for terms to 12/31/11 in District 3, and 2 openings for alternatives for terms to 12/31/11 in District 3. 1 opening for a term to 12/31/11 in District 4, and 2 openings for alternatives for terms to 12/31 in District 4. 2 openings for terms to 12/31/11 in District 5, and 2 terms for alternatives for terms to 12/31/11 in District 5. We have in front of us 2 applications from District 1, a Grant Metzger and a Bill McGladwin. We also have an alternate for District 1 and David Ventura. We have a Gordon Long applying for District 2, a Jerry Bird for an opening in District 2, John Garamendi Jr. for an alternate in District 2, a Marie Robertson for an alternate in District 2, a Karen Walbeer for an alternate in District 2. We have a David Reinick for supervisor of District 3. We have a Nicholas Self for District 3. We have a Sammy Marshall for District number 4. We have a Buzz Balderson for District number 5, a Greg Meyer for District number 5, an alternate in District 5, Sam Welsh, and Kyle Towler for an alternate in District 5. Do we have too many applicants for any one of the districts?
Yes, there's an extra alternate, ironically, for
District 2?
For District 2.
So which one is your preference?
Well, in this particular case, there are 2 people who have been serving for some time, and the alternates have actually taken a strong role. For instance, Mary Ann Garamendi, who's leaving the commission to take care of family business, was the secretary. Even though she was an alternate, she kept all the minutes and notes. Other people who have been alternates from District 2 have taken on specific roles. Conservation easements, for instance, is the specialty of one, and so I think that they've all been good participants, and I would hope that we could accept 3 alternates from District 2 in this particular case, partly because one of our long-serving people is on in years and sometimes misses meetings.
So you're requesting to have 3 alternates?
3 alternates for
just
for this year, but just to cover 2 sometimes missing folks.
Is that allowed? Mm-hmm. We're doing this according to some rule or regulation, I think.
All right.
Jim, do you have any comment on that?
We'd have to look at the resolution that created that.
Well, why don't you appoint 2 for now, if that's permissible, and let the other one come back.
Okay, I will
appoint.
Appoint John Garamendi Jr. As one alternate and Karen Waldeer as a second alternate. And I would ask for Marie Robertson, who also just got bad news in another regard, to be approved if it is possible to do so. So we'll wait for that one pending advice.
Any other districts?
Why don't you just move all of them?
Can we have a motion?
I need to make a change in mine. There's a typo.
Okay.
For District 5, there's the appropriate amount of applicants for the appropriate amount of positions open. However, the alternate and the actual person there has been flipped. It needs to be flipped. Sam Welch and Kyle Towler as the representatives with Buzz Bladerson and Greg Mayer as alternatives. Greg Mayer has actually found a replacement for himself. He was willing to move forward if there was no one, and he's found a replacement for himself, and we're working on getting that person applied and everything like that. So for right now, we need to have Sam Welsh and Kyle Towler as the primary, and Buzz and Greg as the alternatives.
I want to make a comment. Buzz Balderson has been one of the best commissioners on Fish and Game in all the years I've served on it as a board member. As the chair, as making things happen and as keeping things focused on getting the Fish and Game Commission involved on the kids' fishing clinic. I think everyone who serves on the Fish and Game Commission has the utmost respect for his ability, and I'd really like you to consider keeping him on as a Fish and Game Commissioner and making one of the other two the alternate.
I've spoke with Buzz on several occasions, and I would agree with you that he has a vast knowledge in that area, and I would love to keep him on as an alternative.
Okay. I don't know, does he want to be an alternate? I mean, he's better than almost all the commissioners put together.
Except for District 4, of course.
No.
And 1.
Well, I think that's slightly disrespectful. To put there.
And District 2 actually has kept up its end of the bargain.
What is your recommendation?
I think he already gave our recommendation.
I'll move it as amended with Supervisor Spellman's and Supervisor Walensky's recommendations.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it with the understanding that I mentioned in the Planning Commission discussion, which is that each supervisor has traditionally been able to appoint the people that they feel are most qualified, and that we have tended to support one another in that endeavor. So I second it in that spirit.
Any further discussion? Madeline, did you get all the changes? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0. We now move on to the Hardwood Advisory Committee. We have one opening for a woodcutter representative for a term to 12/31/14. One opening for a master gardener representative for a term to 12/31/14. One opening for a Farm Bureau representative for a term to 12/31/14. One opening for a Fish and Game Commission representative for a term to 12/31/14. One opening for a member-at-large representative for a term to 12/31/14. And one opening for a registered forester for a term to 12/31/14. Before us we have, looks like 2 applicants. One is Ron Randall, and the other one is Tim Tate.
And Tim's the registered forester.
Yes.
I would, unless you have further discussion.
When was the last time the Hardwood Advisory Committee ever met?
Actually, it met about 3 years ago when the oak, you remember that there was an oak ordinance that was contemplated, and that was a committee that then stepped up and reviewed it and had a great deal of input and met repeatedly. Since then, I'm unaware of any meetings.
It's kind of like the Air Quality Board, kind of.
The environmentalists are going to get the alderberry bush to be a hardwood.
Good.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
I'll second.
You can't, I thought Gary can't second it.
We have a second. We have a motion from Supervisor Tryon, a second from Supervisor Spellman. Any further comments from the board? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Move on to Law Library Board of Trustees. 2 openings for terms of 12/31/11. And it looks like we have one.
Just one.
I move.
Yeah, the others are the Library Commission, which is different than the Law Library.
Anyway, I move the acceptance of Kenneth Arola's application to be on the Law Library Commission.
Second.
Wait a minute. Well, I think we have others. There's 2.
No, it's Library Commission.
This
Well, what's this?
This is
Who's
law.
Star?
This is the law library.
That's
It's a
library
little
commission, Tom. It's different than the
office
law
down
library.
in
But
the
he has
basement.
written on his application here, Law
He has it-
Library
He has it
Commission,
stapled together.
and they're
Well,
stapled.
he didn't staple them.
But it says commission.
Wait a minute.
To be on the law library, you have to be an attorney, and then you have to
Oh,
be
these shouldn't be stapled
the
together.
chair.
This should be separate then.
That's what I said, Tom.
Okay, well,
I'm
And the
agreeing
chair
with
of
you,
the
Maria.
board.
Okay, then we need to change this application to say Law Library Board of Trustees, because it says commission on this.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Moves 5-0. We have the Library Commission. We have one opening for a term to 12/31/14 in District 4, one opening for a term to 12/31/14 in District 5, and one opening for a member at large for a term to 12/31/14. We have before us four applications. One from a Connie Bowser, one from a Sheila Neal, one from a Jennifer Spellman, and one from a Prue Starr. Do you have any comments from the board?
We have one application from District 4, and I support that, because I think I have one opening. Do we not? Yeah.
One opening in District 4.
Okay, so we'll go with that.
And from District 2, Prue Starr has committed to reorganizing the Friends of the Library in West Point, a threatened library, and I had talked with Maury Hoekstra, who said, give me somebody with energy and a commitment to doing that. After a considerable lengthy interview and strategic discussion, this is the person to get the job done.
Okay. So you're proposing her to be the member at large?
I think there's a District 2. Isn't there one open?
I don't think so.
No, but there's one opening for a member at large.
Well, if we could accept her as a member at large, she would certainly be an asset in that area. And there's
Okay.
nobody else from that whole region.
Yeah, I don't see anybody.
One opening in District 5.
Yep.
And we have two.
I'm asking that Jennifer Spellman be accepted as the appointed library representative for the commission from District 5.
Any relation?
Chair will entertain a motion.
Is there any problem with that, Jim?
I would think that the supervisor would abstain from a vote on it.
You might just want to abstain. I'll move the item. What did I say, Madam Chair?
You can say that.
What?
Mr. Chair.
I have a second.
Hard to get over that.
I'll second
We
that.
have a motion by Supervisor Tryon, a second by Supervisor Walensky. Any further comments from the board? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
One abstention.
One abstention.
One abstention.
Just to make it.
Moving on to Mental Health Board. We have two openings for unexpired terms of 12/31/12 and six openings for terms of 12/31/13. We have, apparently these are not by supervisory districts, so we have an open board here, and we have two applications. Three applications.
I believe we have three, yes.
Three. One of Marie Robertson, one of Brianna Creekmore, and one from Kay Arola.
As a member of that board, all three have been participating for quite some time, all of them effectively representing different sections of the community and different interests. So I would recommend by motion that these three applications be accepted.
For which terms?
Let's accept them for, well, let's see.
So 12/31/12 or 12/31/13?
Yeah, I would say make them, have these go to the long end of that,
Okay.
13.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We move on to McCollum Hill Design Review Committee. We have one opening to serve at the pleasure of the board. And looks like we have one applicant, Joyce Peak.
Yes, Joyce is in some ways the unofficial mayor of McCollum Hill, and I think would is well connected to all things historic, is the perfect person to add to this committee at this time.
That's a motion.
Is that a
That's a
motion?
motion.
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Move on to Calaveras Parks and Recreation Commission. We have one opening for a term 12/31/11 in District 1, one opening for a term to 12/31/11 in District 2, one opening for a term to 12/31/11 in District 3, one opening for a term to 12/31/11 in District 4, and one opening for a term to 12/31 in District 5. Looks like we have 5 applications, one from each district.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Move on to Public Educational and Governmental Television Commission. We have one opening for a term to 12/31 in District 1, one opening for a term to 12/31/11 in District 2, one opening for a term to 12/31/11 in District 3, one opening for a term to 12/31/11 in District 4, and one opening for a term in 12/31/11 in District 5. We also have one opening for an administration representative for a term to 12/31, and one opening for an Office of Education representative for a term to 12/31/11. And it looks like we have 4 applications. Julia Costello from District 2, Pamela Quayle from District 3, and Ed Gazin. You'll have to help me out. Do you know him?
Guzin.
Guzwin in District 5. Zachariah Collum for administration, the admin position, and Kathy Nordington for the Board of Education position.
I move to accept all, actually 5 of these.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to prevent child abuse.
Wait, if I could just take the opportunity, somebody's actually in the room, and I want to thank Julia for being willing to come forward for yet another term. Good work, and thanks for re-upping.
Thank you, Julia. Keep up the good work.
Atta-way, Julia.
We move on to Prevent Child Abuse Council Calaveras. One opening for a representative of Calaveras Works and Human Services for a term to 12/31/12, and one opening for a representative of the Community Civic Organization for a term to 12/31/12, and one opening for a representative of Calaveras Public Health Department for a term to 12/31/12. And we have 3 applications. Looks like one is Mikey Hapstad, Tracy Young, and Linda Wynn. And it looks like they fulfill, all 3 applications fulfill what's needed for the terms. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We move on to solid waste task force. One opening for a representative of an environmental group for a term to 12/31/11. One opening for a representative of the recycling industry for a term to 12/31/11. One opening for a representative of the solid waste industry for a term to 12/31/11. 2 openings for representatives of the general public for terms to 12/31/11. And 1 opening for an alternate representative of the general public for a term to 12/31/11. We have before us 3 applications. One is a Chris Kramer from the Environmental Group. One is from Arthur Roberts. And I'm taking that to be from the public. And one Jennifer Barr for a public member. We have a motion from the board.
Yes, I'd like to make that motion to fill all 3 of these slots, these applications.
I second that.
Any further comments? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, we'll move on. State Council on Developmental Disabilities Boards, Area 6. One opening for a term to 12/31/13 and one opening for an unexpired term to 12/31/12.
There's no application.
And I don't see any applications before us.
No, if I might speak on this, I think this is a commission that very few people think about a lot, but it has a huge impact on a lot of lives. And I'm hoping that I've been trying to get this filled, but would like the assistance of other supervisors in seeking people out from their districts that might have an interest in developmental disabilities and the programs that serve them. There's a real opportunity to link up with a number of other programs. There's a need for some dynamism on this board, and it's been kind of working in a relatively isolated context. So to bring it into a broader set of partnerships would be the goal, and if you have people capable of exercising that, it'd be a great opportunity to put them on.
How often do they meet?
It's not very often. It's pretty,
once a year,
maybe,
twice a year?
Maybe quarterly,
Quarterly?
is the normal, but they meet as needed generally.
Okay. That concludes the appointments by the board. I will turn it back over to Supervisor Tryon, if his voice will allow him to do so.
Thank you. Item 10, thank you, Gary. Discussion and possible action, a minute order approving a contract between Calaveras County and Families First Incorporated to provide intensive foster care services for Calaveras County foster care youth not to exceed $90,000 for a period January 1st, 2011 through June 30th, 2012, and authorize the Director of Calaveras Works and Human Services Agency to sign subsequent amendments. This is being brought to us by Cal Works. Good morning.
Good morning. Mary Sawicki, Director of Calaveras Human Services. We're here today to ask you to approve a contract for $90,000 for intensive foster care services. These particular services are targeted towards our foster youth who have seriously emotional disturbances and issues. The main focus of this particular service is to enable us to keep children either from entering a higher level of care such as a group home or for children who are exiting out of a group home who are at risk of hospitalization, psychiatric hospitalization. The services that are listed within the contract include putting together plans specific for that particular child. It is heavily psychiatric oriented. This contract would be with Families First Incorporated. They are one of our foster family agencies and have a very good track record. This would enable us to provide those services, and basically what we're trying to do is keep our children out of the higher level cares, which are much more expensive, and primarily in a foster family home, which is really our main issue of trying to keep our children in the least restrictive setting. There was not an RFP for this because the existing foster family homes could at any time bid to provide the services. This is our first contract in our county.
This is our first contract?
In our county. This is the first time, if you approve this contract, this will be the first time that we'll be able to offer the intensive foster family services. And foster families will be specifically trained in psychiatric issues, behavioral issues.
Thank you. Any board discussion on this matter?
If the board chooses to move forward with taking on this new responsibility in terms of financial responsibility for the county, what, if any, financial reserves or mitigation is provided by the state or federal government to offset the cost?
The costs are already included. If you take a look at the agenda item, it's already within our existing foster services that we receive. Primarily, most of our cases have federal funding plus state funding and local county match. There are some children that are not eligible for federal funding, and in that the state pays 60%, we pay 40%. But what you're basically trying to do is prevent that higher level of cost through these particular services, because the more we can keep kids in basically a family type of setting, the better off we are. The psychiatric hospital, as Jeannie could tell you, is much more expensive than these particular services.
I noticed that in the packet, but I was just wondering if there's anything that I didn't.
No, sorry, we don't have any secrets.
Okay.
Nothing up my sleeve.
No, not secrets on your part, just a lack of knowledge on my part, being a new person to the board. So I just wanted to clarify.
Sure, and
Thank you.
as I sent
that.
you an email, we'd be more than happy to sit and go over our programs with you.
Thank you, Mary. Further board discussion?
Move the item.
I have a motion by Supervisor Walensky. I have a second by
Second.
Supervisor Callaway. Further board discussion. All in favor, so indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Move now forward to review of correspondence, reports, and various matters of concern at the board level. Rita, we'll start with you this morning.
I have Calaveras Public Power Agency meeting. I'm judging the chairs for charity this week. I'll be going to Area 12 Agency Caregivers event, the Sierra Business Council event, Greater Arnold Business Association, and Darrell Rusk's memorial.
That's on
Darrell Rusk Memorial is this Friday
Yes.
at 4 o'clock here in San Andreas at the Memorial Chapel on St. Charles Street.
Darren, what do you have?
This week's agenda for me, last Thursday I had my first open forum that'll happen every Thursday. We had 8 people attend in Rancho. We had 5 in Copper before I attended the Copperopolis Fire Board meeting. I will be meeting on a weekly basis, so that'll be Thursday again in Rancho at the clubhouse at noon on Thursday, and I will be at Snap's Coffee Shop in Copper Town Square from 2 until 3 or longer as time permits if needed. I will also be attending the CSAC event in Sacramento on Wednesday.
What's the soup?
What's the new Supervisors Institute?
No, it's something else.
Okay.
It's another event.
Okay, does that complete your comments?
Yeah.
Darren. Steve, we'll go to you.
Yes, I have. Hold on. ACCG consensus group meeting in West Point tomorrow. I have the CMCAA meeting on Friday down in District 5.
It'll be in Camps Restaurant, District 4.
And I have Motherlode Job Training board meeting. The JPA meets in Sonora on Monday morning. I also wanted to let people know that the food bank it's been a pretty tough winter for a lot of people, and the food bank has just announced in conjunction with CHIPS program that they will give 80 quarter cords of wood to families in need that are heating their homes with wood. And so my hope is that those applications will come in quickly through the food bank so that can be provided quickly. It's a first come, first serve, and it's means tested. If you're eligible for food bank assistance, you're eligible for this program as well.
Does that complete your comments, Steve?
Completes my comments.
Gary?
I have the CMCAA, which is the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency meeting at 10 a.m. at Camps Restaurant on Friday. And I will also be attending Darrell Rusk's memorial services at 4 o'clock Friday afternoon at the Memorial Chapel here on St. Charles. I think it's 754 West St. Charles Street here in San Andreas. And that concludes my comments.
Darren?
I have to make an amendment to mine. You're right. It's not it is CSAC related, but it's the RCRC annual installment.
Dinner?
Yeah.
That's
And
tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. So I'm hoping I'll meet up with that guy from Napa to tell us how he has a $50 million reserve. I'm going to reconnect with him. Also, I failed to mention on Thursday night, I will be going to the monthly Campaign for Liberty meeting at 6 p.m. in Valley Springs at the Village Bakery.
Okay, good luck. For myself, I'll be attending the Regional Council Rural County meeting in Sacramento tomorrow and Thursday. And that completes my comments. We'll go to Jim Jones. Jim, you have any comments for the board today? Nothing for the board today. Jeannie, have you balanced the state budget with the governor yet?
Well, if I had a magic wand. With the state budget, we talked about this last week. The budget deficit is $26.4 billion. That includes a $1 billion reserve that the governor would like to have in place. $12.5 billion worth of spending reductions and $12 billion in proposed new revenues. As I stated last week, the governor's proposal includes a number of statutory changes that would have to be agreed to by the legislature in order to enact some of his budget proposals, as well as ballot measures, which he is asking that they be put on the ballot in June. The governor is under a tight time frame to work with the legislature to come up with essentially budget trailer bills by March, which would speak to the statutory changes that the legislature and the governor could agree upon, and then come up with his actual budget in June. So the work that's going on right now in conversations is really about the budget trailer bills to enact some changes or what they can agree upon, and then come up with the budget in June after the May revise, and after they see whether or not the June ballot measures will pass. That's assuming that there's agreement to even put the ballot measures on in June for the extension of the sales tax and BLF extensions. The realignment of the state-local structure that's being discussed is massive. It's really quite complex and the most staggering I've ever seen, but it also has a number of opportunities for local jurisdictions if, in fact, the state is willing to release some of the mandates and provide counties with additional flexibility. And the whole premise is that, at least from the governor's standpoint, is let's push to the counties and local jurisdictions program responsibilities as well as authority to make changes in decision-making closer to where people live, because the closer we are to the people, the programs will be more responsive to unmet needs. There's a two-phase proposal for a number of shifts in program responsibilities. Phase one would include fire and emergency response activities. The governor is talking about CAL FIRE and state responsibility areas and changing how those areas are determined to get CAL FIRE out of the business of medical response in those very urban areas that are close to the wildland fire areas. So there's going to be some restructuring of that, and the Bureau of Forestry will be tasked with coming up with new geographic areas for the state responsibility areas. So I expect that the rural counties will see a lot of discussion on that, and Tom, I'm sure there'll be more discussion this week on that.
Certainly will.
Yeah. Court security, currently the court receives money from the state, and then the court and the county sheriff's department agrees on security for the courts. Court security is provided by our sheriff's department. I see Sheriff Kuntz out here. The proposal is that they will give the county the money for the court security, and then the county will, again, work with the courts to determine the level that's needed for the court security. It's kind of strange since the court is a state agency. I'm not sure what their shift is there. No one really understands that yet, but there'll be more conversation about that. I think it'll be a wash in terms of our money. Public safety programs currently funded by VLF. As you know, there's COPS, there's probation monies for juveniles, there's CalMet. There's a number of programs that are currently provided through our sheriff's department and our probation department on the public safety side, that the funding for those programs is scheduled to end come June 30th, 2011. For example, just VLF alone in the Sheriff's Department, that's $400,000 we have currently budgeted. That's to expire come June 30 unless extended by a vote of the people come June, if in fact it makes it on the ballot, because there's still disagreement about that. Low-level offenders, this is, again, some of these proposals have been talked about the last few years to push back some of our non-violent, low-level offenders, non-sex offenders to the responsibility of local jurisdictions, so for county supervision through probation, as opposed to state. And this is all, again, premised on we're going to move these program responsibilities to the counties. We'll provide you some funding. It will save the state money, but also the folks are closer to where they live and can get a broader array of services for rehabilitation. Along with that comes mental health services, our early periodic screening, diagnosis, and treatment program, mental health managed care program, AB 3632, and some of our community mental health services money. The state provides some state general funds for those programs. The idea is that the state general funds would be taken back out, and the state would backfill that with other funds. Substance abuse treatment. Currently, they're talking about, they don't talk about the specifics of which substance abuse treatment programs the state would relinquish to the counties. Most of our money in our substance abuse treatment programs comes from the federal government. A small portion comes from the state. Our perinatal outpatient program, some drug court money. We had significant money through Prop 36, but that money has been eliminated in recent years. So we'll see what that means. Foster care.
That federal funding is pass-through money.
That's pass-through money, that's right.
So to eliminate the middleman.
Yeah, we'll see if they do that.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to be interesting to see on the state level. Are they going to eliminate the State Department of Alcohol and Drug Programs? There's lots of discussion in the governor's budget and proposals about eliminating duplication at the state level to streamline the state operations as well as and move things to the county. So we'll see what that means. There's not enough detail in the documents we've gotten thus far, and lots of this will be dependent on more conversation. Foster care and child welfare services. This is a big one because currently we receive federal money, state money. I don't know if Mary's here, but we pay a portion of child welfare services and foster care now. They're talking about saying, well, we'll give you the federal money, we're going to back out the state money, but with this new pot of money that we'll give you, you will be responsible for it. So again, big changes. Adult Protective Services. Adult Protective Services is another program that CalWORKS and Human Services provides. Typically through foster care, child welfare service, adult protective services, there's never been enough money to meet the need. So what's interesting about this proposal is so many of our low-level offenders oftentimes have had experience with our substance abuse treatment or in need of behavioral health services, or find themselves aging out of foster care with having had some interaction with child welfare services. It's interesting that this group of services is being given to the local level. For us, I think the challenge will be to see how it will be structured, whether there will be enough flexibility on the local level, what dollar amounts will be given to us in terms of the formulas. Because with realignment back in 1991, that really did help stabilize health and social services and mental health programs for the last decade, because it was a dedicated source of revenue, and you had to live within that revenue. But in the early years, we didn't get the amount of money that was promised at the front end, so it was difficult in the early years, and then we did well over time. The fear here is we won't be getting a dollar for a dollar, that we'll be taking more responsibility. We want to make sure our hands aren't tied, that we really will not get the revenue to be able to perform to the degree that would produce positive outcomes. And public safety is really being defined very broadly, and public safety in the context of the governor's proposal is much broader than just law enforcement or criminal justice. It's really a blending of law enforcement, criminal justice, behavioral health, and social services. So it's challenging. I see Gary over there just shaking his head. Again, the proposal is that these programs would be funded by a 5-year extension of the 1% sales tax and the 0.5% VLF, which are currently set to expire. And what's missing in the governor's budget is what happens after 5 years if, in fact, these proposals are passed by the legislature and the voters. There's a premise that the state will then backfill for these dollars, but there's no guarantee. On one of the other proposals that's a non-tax solution, also, there's a proposal to borrow 1.8 from special funds to shift 1.7 billion of property tax shifts from the redevelopment proposal, which is he's proposing to eliminate redevelopment agencies and enterprise zones. And since we don't have one, I won't go into detail on that, but he's proposing that there are different ways to go about economic development that would be advantageous to counties and local jurisdictions. In phase 2 of the governor's proposal, this is where you see a tie to healthcare reform and a movement of counties who are currently responsible for indigent care. Those childless adults would be eligible through the state program tied to healthcare reform in 2014. It's not clear yet what monies through health realignment that we currently get would then be shifted back to the state to absorb the increased costs of this additional population on the state rolls as opposed to the counties. So there'll be a lot of discussion that we will be having here about what does this mean for county medical services programs. We belong to a county pool for our care. There are lots of discussions in the coming months and in the next year. As part of phase 2, the state would then take back responsibility for the California Children's Services Program. This is a medical services program that's administered both by the state and county for children who have physically handicapping conditions and serious medical conditions, also tied to Medi-Cal. The state would take that program back as well as in-home supportive services. So that's a huge shift. So right now, in-home supportive services is administered by both the state and the county. The state's proposing that it would go back to the state in phase 2. Counties would then be responsible for CalWorks, food stamp administration, child support, and child care programs. So these are huge programs with millions of dollars. So it really requires some careful study and analysis to really look at what flexibility we will have. Does it make sense? How do we eliminate any waste and inefficiency? Because there are inefficiencies in some of these split administration between the state and county. For the current year and next year, there are significant cuts to health and human services, primarily Medi-Cal in increased co-payments, utilization restrictions, be it doctor's visits, the number of prescriptions you would be eligible for in a given year. Outpatient adult day health care is scheduled to be eliminated as one of the optional benefits under Medi-Cal that impacts older adults. There's a 10% provider rate reduction proposed. This has been proposed in the past, typically ends up in the courts being litigated, so we'll see where that goes. There's a proposal to shift $1 billion from the first 5 commissions at the state and local level to fund 0 to 5 costs for children in Medi-Cal. So that's a huge change that would require a constitutional amendment and be approved by the voters. Part of the program proposal on the mental health side is to use one-time Prop 63 money, which was the 1% tax on millionaires, to also pay for some of this phase 1 realignment. There's a disagreement as to whether or not that has to go to the voters, or whether the way it will be structured, it will be able to pay for mental health services and thus stay within the confines of the initiative adopted by the people and not require another vote of the people. Some of these proposals are somewhat different than proposals we've heard in the last couple of years. They have a new little twist. So as there are discussions at the state level, the proposals have changed a bit, perhaps to be more malleable and perhaps to not get thrown into court, but we'll see. In-home supportive services. There are a number of changes in in-home supportive services which would reduce the number of hours that clients would be eligible for. There's an 8.4% reduction in hours across the board in service hours. There's an elimination of the domestic and related services for recipients, and including minors who are living with a parent who's able to provide that care. There's a new requirement for physicians to write a certification that in-home supportive services are required to keep someone out of an institution. These are all pretty big. There's a proposal to eliminate the state funding for county advisory committees and leave it up to the county to decide whether in fact they will continue with an advisory committee and absorb the cost of having one. So in-home supportive services is front and center with huge proposed changes. That there are some caveats built in for appeals processes which have not been in the past, and therefore some folks believe that it may be more amenable to some of these changes on the whole. In the CalWorks has significant reductions in the amount of time someone could be on CalWorks from 60 months to 48 months. There is a proposal to reduce the grant by 13%, the monthly grant, and other programmatic changes that will really ratchet down the program. So these are significant spending reductions that are proposed. There are others that will be front and center in all the discussions on the Health and Human Services and this whole public safety shift to counties. So you have a proposed shift phase 1, you have a proposed shift phase 2, and then you have numerous proposals that reduce costs now and into next year that are in addition to a part of with overall spending reductions. Williamson Act subventions have been eliminated in the current year and next year. That's no surprise to you. There is a proposal to reenact the gas tax swap to preserve local transportation funding. So that's back on the table, and folks expect that that should pass. Another biggie for counties will be that the counties will be asked to accept responsibility for adult parolees. That in fact the adult parole system as we know it for state prisons will be no longer. That's huge. I mean, that's just huge. It's basically housing people in county jails as the state prisons. Again, all of this is premised on the fact that the revenues will be there through a vote of the people to support programming on the local level, which will then help to stop some of the recidivism of our folks that go to county jail, go to prison, get out, come back here, reoffend, and go back to prison, and this continual cycle in and out of the
So does that mean that perhaps some of those people who now work in the corrections, with the state, parole officers, et cetera, that those people would shift to have their job focus be done in the county? Or, and we receive the funding, it would be here, or is just a disappearing of the funding?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. How much money will the counties be given to provide that supervision and services to help people be successful in their reentry to community and work, tax-paying citizens as opposed to sitting in prison?
It's my understanding that we're going to be involved in a reentry program with the new facility that we're building. So is that something that might be able to put us in a good position to receive additional funding for the state?
We're not going to receive additional funding for the state. We'll receive whatever they decide to divvy up among all the counties. But what we do have, which we've talked about for years, and Gary's been part of a committee, when Proposition 36 passed, we established a multidisciplinary collaborative that was made up of the criminal justice, law enforcement, health services, behavioral health, the public defender, the district attorney, and I don't know who I'm forgetting, but the judges, and talked about programs, and we talk about ways to enable people to get the help they need so they don't reoffend. And that committee has been instrumental in helping through Prop 36 and drug court, and they're going to be tackling the programming for the new jail. Because we've talked about it for years that we need to start our own reentry here to stop the recidivism and to use our resources as best we can to stop the revolving door.
And we're on that track.
And we're on that track.
Good.
And so we already have a committed group of people willing to do the work, already applying for grants to help us do some of the work, and have been working on it for a number of years. And so we'll be giving them actually an overview of the jail and how the new design is laid out with new program rooms. Currently we don't have program rooms. We have a very small program room in the old jail. You can't fit more than, 8 people max in there to do any kind of programming. The new jail will have the facilities to actually really do some good program work.
Good.
So in terms of cash flow, one of the concerns is that the cash flow is precarious. They anticipate the state will have enough money through the summer, but we could expect some deferrals of state revenue like we did last year. Now, we were exempt from a number of the cash deferment that occurred last year. I don't believe that's going to be the case this year. So we have to really pay attention to that and watch that, because that could impact the amount of revenue that comes in for the county, for example, for social services, some of the bigger state and federal fundings that we receive. So watching our cash balance will be important.
We have faith in you, Gene.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Darren. Let's see what else. There is money in the governor's budget for our jail project. That's good news, AB 900. There's funding for some of the courthouse construction. And
some of the courthouse?
Yeah. So our court, apparently, according to our court colleagues, is on track to be built, so we're not so concerned about that. There are the governor's proposal is so complex and deals with so many different disciplines, programs, authorities, funding sources, that this is going to take time to really pay attention to what's happening in Sacramento, be part of the discussions, tease it apart to see how this really impacts our local folks. Staff now is working with our departments to really look at the numbers of what are we talking about here, how many parolees, how many juveniles. Clearly the state wants to get out of some of the business that they've been in for our juveniles who require probation assistance, and really focus on the court and prisons. I mean, that's pretty clear. It's very difficult when there's big shifts like this in times when there isn't money. It's too bad these don't occur when times are good and there is money, but that never seems to be the case. So I think a little bit of good news is that there does seem to be money in the budget for the Marine Safety Unit, the boating and waterways. That's a little chip. You have to kind of mine through the governor's budget to find little pieces of good news. But overall, this budget is grim. It should be no surprise to anyone. We're in dire straits. This will impact people's lives and will require those of us in the community to help our fellow constituents, whether it's an older person who can no longer go to adult day health care because it doesn't exist, or providing food or perhaps giving somebody a job who was in jail and doesn't have a good track record with employment but needs a job. And so there are going to be a lot of changes. So that's, after about 20 hours of reading, in a nutshell. I'm sure I've missed some of it, but we'll get through it, and we'll have some interesting discussions along the way.
Thank you, Jeannie. Any questions of board members of Jeannie? Seeing none, we will go to the board clerk. We have a new board clerk, Diane Severud, and we welcome you on board. Do you have any items for the board today? No, you do not. Okay. Well, with that, that completes then the review of correspondence reports and various matters of concern. We'll adjourn from the regular agenda. We will reconvene in about 10 minutes in a study session, and then we'll go into 3 closed sessions. So thank you. Ready to go? You ready, Darren? I'd like to reconvene the board, please, for our study session. Oh, okay, Mike's coming on. This is a study session to discuss and provide direction regarding the administration of capital transportation projects within the county of Calaveras. This will be is being brought to us by the Public Works Department. Tom Garcia, the Director of Public Works, is present with us. I'd also like to acknowledge we have John Gedney from the Caltrans office in Stockton also with us, and we thank you for joining us, John. And Tom Garcia, I'm turning it over to you.
Good morning, honorable chair, members of the board. I'm joined here today by Jonathan Mitchell and Kelly Sennheiser, who will assist in this presentation. This is coming to you in response to a discussion we had late last year, regarding administration of projects within Calaveras County, and the county's meeting with the COG, the Calaveras Council of Governments, in order to determine the status of the projects and the best way to administer them. So this is an update based on those last meetings. Capital improvement projects, the board directed staff to meet with the COG staff and determine feasibility of transition projects from the COG to the county. And the reason for all of this is there's a need for the T funds for construction of critical pedestrian safety projects throughout the county. Currently, there are a list of T projects administered by the COG that have been active, so to say, since 2006. So the goal here is to clear those projects out, get a new round of new call for projects for additional T funds so the county can start constructing desperately needed pedestrian improvements. Currently, the capital projects administered by the Council of Governments within Calaveras County are the Moke Hill Town Hall and Sidewalk Enhancement, Shea Locomotive Restoration, Arnold Rim Trail Cedar Center Bikeway Connection, Cosgrove Creek Bikeway, and a non-T project is the State Route 4 Wagon Trail Realignment and Construction. And also there's a host of projects under OWP grants and other category that we'll be working with the COG in the future to identify the projects under those and how to best administer them. Moving on. There's currently no capital projects administered by the COG within the City of Angels. First project, Moke Hill Town Hall and Sidewalk Enhancement. The COG approved this project in June 2006. The E-76, the obligation to proceed, was issued in December 2008. The total project budget is $176,000 of T funds. It's currently in the environmental stage. Construction is anticipated in fiscal year 11-12. And the recommendation of staff after meeting with the COG is to have the COG complete the project within the identified budget. Shea Locomotive Restoration, again approved by the COG in June 2006. The obligation to proceed was in August 2010. The total project budget is $404,000, again, T funds. Construction is anticipated by June 2012. And the recommendation is that the COG complete this project within the identified budget. And if there are future phases for this project, that those go out under a call for projects and compete with the rest of the projects within the county, the safe routes to schools, things like that, that we would like to see constructed as well. The next project is the Arnold Rim Trail Cedar Center Bikeway connection. The COG approved the project. I'm sorry, do we have that date? I believe it was 10/08. The obligation to proceed. Oh, I'm sorry, that's in 76. We'll have to clear that up. Apologize. The total project budget is $404,000 of T funds. The current status is it's in the environmental stage. The kickoff meeting for this project, another meeting for this project was held on December 9th, the latest meeting. Construction as anticipated in fiscal year 13-14. And the recommendation from staff after meeting with COG is to transfer completion of the project to the county upon the completion of the environmental phase. Now, it gets a little tricky. If we can go to the next slide for a second. There are two phases of the program after the E76 has been granted. One is preliminary engineering, and that's everything including environmental and design. The next phase is construction. Currently, the Council of Governments has obligated through the CTC $89,000 for the preliminary engineering phase. Now, that's not enough to complete preliminary engineering and design. What the county would like to do in order to expedite the delivery of this project is to begin the design phase concurrently with the environmental. So we'd be bringing someone in at the direction of the board, if that's the direction we are given. We'd be bringing someone in immediately to begin the design element of this project. We would then invoice those services through the COG so that they remain the project administrator under E76. Once the $89,000 was expended, then the county would go in and obligate the funds through Caltrans, get another E76 to complete the preliminary engineering phase, and any remaining work under the environmental, the COG would invoice to the county as doing. So the COG would be in charge of the environmental phase for the entirety of the project. This would allow the delivery of the project in an expedited fashion by doing concurrent design and environmental. And then once the preliminary engineering phase is done, the county would go in for another E76, another project approval, and go forward with construction. Cosgrove Creek Bikeway. This project is a little trickier. The council again approved this project in June 2006. The obligation to proceed was in August 2010. The total project budget is $722,000. The current status is in the environmental stage. And construction is anticipated in 2013-14. Those 5 bullets concern the county staff quite a bit. The time frame between the approved project and the authorization to proceed being 4 years is a huge concern. The total project budget of $722,000 is also a huge concern. The current status in the environmental stage, the first kickoff meeting for this project was held on December 9th, 4 years after the project was started. That's when we got together with the engineers and the project proponents. And the construction out to 2013 and 14 is also a concern. We need to clear these projects off the decks so that we can come forward with additional projects and use some of this funding. We have concerns that the total project budget isn't sufficient based on that first kickoff meeting because the engineer came in with a admittedly preliminary survey which indicated that meeting ADA on the current alignment, the anticipated alignment, would require switchbacks up a mountain and back down. So that's 722 in our estimation would not cover the cost to build this trail. So we need to go back to the purpose and need of this project, determine what we're trying to accomplish, find out what funding is available for that, and then come up with a project that can meet the purpose and need in a fiscally responsible manner and have the community buy-in on it. And also deliver it, hopefully earlier than the 2013-14 timeframe. For these reasons, we're recommending that the county begin the project management immediately, invoice to the COG until their authorization through the existing E76 is expended, and then have the county continue with the next E76 directly with Caltrans. We see this as the best way to deliver a project which addresses the community's needs. But we need to meet with the community to find out exactly what those needs are, what the purpose and need for this project is, and then how to fiscally manage that. Because currently the funding that's allocated to it, in our estimation, isn't sufficient to build this project. Wagon trail.
Before you leave there, how long is the Cosgrove Creek bikeway? What's the distance?
It's approximately, what is it, a mile and a quarter?
You want to count all the switchbacks?
No.
You're going as a crow flies.
Well,
but that you're talking about the projected path of it right now, and I believe there are some alternate paths that may eliminate some of that switchbacking up that mountain.
There might be, but the engineer has requested that the area of potential effect for the environmental study be increased. And before we go to expending those kinds of funds on environmental studies for alignment that we haven't set on, I think we need to really look at the purpose and need, what our endpoints are, and then at the county level and at the COG level and community level, determine how to best connect those points and do the reality check, not in the environmental stage, but the first check is on the ground. Well, you're not going to cut through a mountain, so that's not going to work. What else do we have? But again, I think we need to step back and look at the project through the lens of what funding can we hope to get for it, and then what do we want to accomplish. We have a question from Supervisor.
Excuse me, Darren.
The trail as currently proposed, which I haven't looked at the proposed route. But would it take people from the communities of La Quintana and Gold Creek and beyond or whatever? Would this trail enable them to get to what some are proposing as a regional park on CCWD land? Would that connect with that? I mean, does it go that far?
I haven't seen that in the scope of the project.
Okay.
No, it connects Hogan Dam Road, pretty close to Hogan Dam Road, and it starts in right off St. Andrews in La Contenta. There's a staging place there, and then it ends. There's an access road to CCWD's plant on the other side of La Contenta, off of New Hogan Dam Road, and it ends there, and there's a staging point there. However, I did meet with Tim last week, and there are some alternates that were proposed because of this situation with the mountain being away and having to do switchbacks. It actually would not be a bike path, so to speak. It would be like a footpath and a wheelchair path, basically. You could ride a bicycle on it, but you would be cutting back and forth on the thing so much that it really wouldn't be much use for a bicyclist.
And again, if we're discussing alternative alignments, those were not part of the kickoff meeting. So,
No, they weren't. But because of that meeting, I think some alternates were discussed. Because I think the realization at that time, and Jonathan was there, I brought up the fact that the proposed number of switchbacks, it really wouldn't be a bike path. So I think at that point, I don't know if there's another meeting plan to go over that or not. So.
And again, when we go back to the project flow chart, those types of discussions should have been happening back at the programming stage. When you're looking at what are you hoping to accomplish? And that was 4 years ago. So I don't want to wait another 4 years on this project to come up with an alignment that works. So what I'd like to do is get staff...
I don't think I'd like to wait 4 years either.
Yeah, neither would I.
So what I'd like to do is get staff started immediately in getting this project scoped, get someone on board who can deliver it, and then get it out. Meet with the community, make sure it meets their needs. We have buy-in, and then deliver this project. Wagon trail. Project administration objectives are a collaborative project and communication with the board and staff. The decisions need to include the county component, and we need to ensure delivery within scope, schedule, and budget. We had a long discussion with COG on the wagon trail and expressed our concerns that the county had been left out of the process, the county staff had. That at the public meetings, we were not at the table. We were not one of the project proponents. We were in the audience. Wagon trail is akin to the Highway 4 realignment. Won't call it a bypass. The Highway 4 realignment. In that project, Caltrans was the lead, and the funds were acquired by the county. In this project, the funding is being acquired by the Council of Governments, and the Council of Governments is also doing the project administration. Now that's a bit different than has happened in the past, and again is a bit different than how I'm personally used to having a COG operate. COGs usually aren't project administrators. They identify the project and they turn it over to the local agency or the state to administer it. At this point, we're not making any recommendations. We would like to see how the collaboration goes with the COG, engaging the county, both the elected officials and the staff, and make a determination once we are fully engaged in the project. So at this point, staff is not making a recommendation on the Highway 4 wagon trail realignment.
Anything further?
I beg your pardon?
Do you have anything further?
We have just on the transportation enhancement funding update.
Okay.
The reason we're doing this. Current T project total budget for the projects that are in the T program, including the City of Angels, is about $1.8 million. The total T funds available is about $1.92 million. The difference in the available versus the commitments is $108,000. The funds available at the last call, on this $108,000, that's $108,000 of available T funding that we would like to see a call for projects on. We can start on some of these safe routes to schools, use them as a local match. We know that there's been some projects in Supervisor Walensky's district that we've tried for safe routes to school on several occasions, always been denied. If we had either a larger local match, which the T funding can be used for safe routes to schools local match, if we had a larger local match, or a shelf-ready project where the design has already been done using another source of funding, we stand a much better chance of getting these projects, the grants awarded. So again, between the city and the county, we have numerous projects which can use this $108,000 of available T funding. The funds available at the last call for projects in 2005 were just over $1 million. If you look at the current project total budget of $1.8 million versus the funds available at the last call of $1 million, somewhere the existing projects were bumped up by about $800,000, almost doubling the amount of T that's being expended on the existing projects. And that's without a call for new projects. We don't want to go there. What we want is the T funding that's identified to be used on the projects, and when additional funding comes out, we need another call for projects so that these safe routes to schools, the crosswalks across the highways can get constructed, or at least programmed. So we do not want to see any more scope creep in these projects taking additional T funds without a chance for the agencies to come forward and try to promote these other safety-related projects. The last bullet is we need the COG to initiate a call for T projects. Now, back at the last year, they indicated they would do so once available funding became apparent. In the interim, COG staff has presented the reports to their board stating that this amount is available and has provided us that information as well. So we fully anticipate that there will be a call for projects, but we'd like the council, Board of Supervisors, to encourage the council, the governments, to initiate that call for projects at their next meeting so that we can start applying for these, meet some other funding deadlines. We want to get some projects out.
Tom, before you leave that, I have a quick question if you go back. We have current budget for T projects of $1,872,000. Within those budgets, are there reserves built in? Because if there are not, and we've already had $800,000 in bracket creep, do we need to reserve the $109,000 that's available for any overages or whatever? I mean that would be what 5-6% is what the 108 represents.
When we scope projects, we include the contingency.
Okay.
The contingency is normally included, and the earlier the project is in the phase, the more the contingency is. That's standard engineering practice. So your contingency at the environmental stage will be much larger than your contingency at the construction stage. So this 109 available reflects the difference in the project budget, which under standard engineering practice would include the contingency.
Okay, so we have that covered. Okay.
So in summary, staff is recommending that under the Mokelumne Hill Town Hall and Sidewalk Enhancement, that the COG continue project administration, again, within the existing scope and budget. Shea Locomotive, again, have the COG continue project administration. When the current phase is complete, any new phases will compete with other projects for T funding. Arnold Rim Trail and Cedar Center Bikeway connection. Transition to county administration. And again, we'd like the board direction for the county to solicit proposals for design of that project, and then have the COG still act as a lead agency. The county's invoices will go through the COG as the lead agency until their authorization of $89,000 is expended. Once that is done, the county will go in as the lead agency, and the COG will invoice the remaining environmental to us. That's a standard. No one would have to delegate any projects. They would expend the funds that they have. The new funding request would come from the county. It's very clean. Cosgrove Creek Bikeway. Transfer county administration. Transfer the administration of the project to the county. In the interim, at the beginning, the county would administer the project through the COG, send the invoices through the COG as we would on Arnold Rim Trail. Once the allocated funds from CalFans has been expended, the current 76, We would then go to Caltrans with a new E76 for the remainder of the funding and administer the project in Caltrans. Wagon Trail project, we are proposing to wait and see while the county and the COG work together on engaging each other in this project. And with that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, any board questions before I open it to the public?
I'd like to know, Gary mentioned there may be some alternative routes. Without looking at the proposed trail for the Cosgrove Creek, I was under the impression that from people that I had talked with in previous months that perhaps one of those alternatives was, along Cosgrove Creek to be built up against the, along the creekway so that there could be access.
I think that needs to be determined. What Tom's saying is that we need to go out and you should get involved in it, and so should Gary, and take a look at what works, assuming we can find something that works within the financial constraints. So, any other board discussion prior to public comments? Then I'll open it to the public. Are there any public comments on the Public Works presentation?
I have some questions.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Marita has a question.
Mr. Garcia, when we met in October on the transfer projects, you said that the E76 could be transferred from the COG to the county, and there wasn't a problem doing that. I think the COG had a different opinion. Now you're saying you want the bills to go through the COG. If E76 can be transferred midstream, then why do we have to do it the way you're recommending? Because that's what you've been saying.
Transfer of an E76 is an administrative action. Rather than going through that action, since the amount of funding that has been approved under the E76 is so small, we don't see a need to do that. It was just as easy for us to invoice the COG and have them invoice Caltrans. Caltrans doesn't have to worry about the project. We don't have to worry about the project. The COG doesn't have to worry about the project.
But in October you said we could do it.
We can.
And so why don't we just transfer then the E76 to the county versus billing through the COG?
This is much easier. It's far easier to just have COG pass through an invoice.
Also in October, the board made the motion on the Cedar Center Pine Drive project to proceed with the COG doing the preliminary engineering environmental, then it would transfer to the county for detailed engineering and construction. That wasn't really what I heard you say. Are we now going to change what we approved in October?
No. What we're saying is the COG will complete the environmental. What we're trying to do is accelerate the project by bringing the design consultant on board at the same time the environmental is done. That way, the environmental work can feed right into the design, and the project can be delivered months earlier.
For the detailed engineering?
For the detailed engineering.
Not for the preliminary design?
Well, the preliminary design...
Because you have to have preliminary design so you know how to do your environmental.
That's correct. There has to be enough of the project design so that you know what you're declaring environmental. So what we're talking about is concurrent phases of a project.
So then why are we doing something we did in October? I don't understand what the difference is.
We're asking for project overlap. We're asking to bring on a consultant now so that we can begin the design of the project concurrently with the environmental.
For the detailed engineering?
Begin the detailed engineering. We would know the parameters of the environmentals, yes.
I feel like I'm not clear. I mean, we made a decision in October on what we agreed to do, and are we sticking to that agreement, or are we modifying that agreement? What am I missing there?
The agreement was to have the COG complete the environmental. Once the COG had completed environmental, the county would begin the engineering. What we're asking for is a modification of that so that the COG's completion of the environmental wouldn't be the trigger that begins the design. We could begin the design early so that we can deliver the project earlier.
So
Thank you.
the design, the preliminary design will not be done by the COG, but by the county. That's what you're asking.
The preliminary design associated with the environmental clearance will still be done by the COG. That was the intent.
Okay.
The design for the project, what is going to be put on the drawings and bid, will be done by the county.
The ones that will go out for construction.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other board comments? Seeing none, any public comments? If so, please come forward, address the board. Yes, Barbara? You need to stand up so we can all hear you.
I'm Barbara Berger. I was wondering if you and Mr. Stillman might, since Mr. Stillman, does your district come up to the new part of Highway 4 project?
No, it's all in District 4.
It's all in yours?
It's all in District 4.
Then the question is, would you speak to that before we do? Could you tell us
Well,
your
here,
thoughts?
well, I agree with Public Works' recommendation, so,
Thanks.
okay. I'm sorry, does that answer your question, Barbara?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, I mean, Public Works needs to know a whole lot more before we can make an informed decision, because we've been totally out of the loop. Okay. Yes,
Marty Crane, Valley Springs, Rancho. For a long time now, we've heard the board provide direction to Public Works to collaborate with the Council of Governments. Go back, collaborate on this, collaborate on that, communicate at the very basic level, right? I don't feel like that's happening. Even right here in this room today, Supervisor Tryon introduces county staff and a gentleman from Caltrans. But our transit authority here is Tim McSorley, and he's here, and we didn't even introduce him. When there was a question on one of the projects, normally if there's an authority in the room or someone who's been working on that, we'll get their information, the wisdom's in the room. Didn't even go there. And I just don't feel like there is one little sliver of collaboration between Public Works and the Council of Governments. If there is, it is so minute. If there is, it is so minor that it's invisible to me. I was in these chambers when there was a discussion about the wagon trail realignment, and the public spoke loud and clear, the people that are involved and affected by that. They wanted it to stay with the Council of Governments, period. So I don't understand why we're going to even think about it any further. If it just feels like suddenly, all of a sudden, more cooks want to be in the kitchen. I don't know. It just seems very confusing to me why we wouldn't just let this project, one project that Marita with the Arnold Room Trail was just talking about, why we wouldn't just, if it's moving along, let it move along, instead of billing here to bill there to through this and through that. When there was also a gentleman that was in the audience about the Arnold Room Trail that spoke to the fact that he had worked with Caltrans on prior projects, and while their process was extremely difficult, he said he would far rather work with Caltrans than have it go back to the county, because at least it would be clean. So when we're talking about billing through here and billing through there, it doesn't seem clean to me. Of course, I don't have all the details, but then again, you know, sometimes we have questions and we're not even asking COG their opinion. So I think at the very least, we could have the collaborative effort in these chambers. They're here. I think we should pull them forward. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Barbara, you need to come forward, Barbara. Oh. Yeah, we'll do Barbara first, and then we'll go to you, sir.
Well, I just have a question.
Okay, that's fine. Barbara, go ahead.
I'm here because of the wagon trail, Highway 4. Tom knows. Mr. Topanelli knows. Mr. Spellman, you're new at this, so
Yes, ma'am.
Let's give it a shot. Marita, it's nice to see you. I'm addressing you today with I had the hope that Mr. Garcia from Public Works had included the Wagon Trail Highway 4 realignment project on his list of transportation projects to be discussed to inform this board that since COG, I'm talking about the Council of Governments, has the lead and the funding for this project, that Public Works would not be involved at this time. At the COG meeting December 2010, the Council of Governments voted 4-3 to have COG continue the work on the Highway 4 realignment project and not consider moving it to the control of Public Works until the surveys were completed and an alignment was set. We're interested because we're landowners along Highway 4 and the project, and have been to the meetings and the discussions with COG, RBF, and Caltrans since December 2008. Progress has been made, and 2 potential corridors are being studied. Many of the landowners attended the October through December 2010 COG meetings. And we voiced that it would be counterproductive as well as costly to transfer this project to Public Works at this juncture. The Council of Governments agreed. They voted 4-3 to leave the project with COG. Does this vote stand, or are you, the Board of Supervisors, prepared to reverse this vote? If you are prepared to do so, can you legally do it over the rule of the COG Council? The needs of the traveling public and Calaveras County have been met in this project. So why take an adversarial stance with the landowners who are struggling to have their needs met? As stakeholders, shouldn't our words and our needs be heard by you? In September 2010 at a public meeting, which I didn't see you there, Mr. Garcia, and I wish you'd stood up and said something.
I was there.
Good for you.
Let's not engage.
And excuse me,
Barbara,
were you?
this is your time to speak.
Yes, but I'm asking him, he made a comment that he didn't feel he could meet. You stood up and talked. Marita was there, and she spoke.
Barb, just so everybody understands the procedures here. We'll take public comments.
All right.
We'll close public comments. We'll come back to staff for their comments. Then we'll
Okay.
bring it back for the board for discussion and direction.
All right.
Okay. Otherwise, we just
Okay.
start engaging individually and
Okay.
we lose it.
Well, I'll start over. In September 2010, at a public meeting on Highway 4, Supervisor Tryon, Tom, was adamant about a specific alignment, which has now been done away with. We're not going to use that alignment. And the landowners were opposed to that, weren't they? Then in October 2010 COG meeting, Supervisor Tryon presented a proposal to move all road projects from COG to Public Works, or to look in to see which ones could be moved. We believe that the motive was to gain more control of the wagon trail or the Highway 4 project. By moving it to Public Works, you, the supervisors, have more control. Why? We've heard that there are those who were unhappy with the performance of COG during the Valley Springs project. I think you, Mr. Topanelli, told me that. Perhaps the COG staff heard you, because so far our working relationship with COG, RBF, and Caltrans has been positive. Are you, as our representatives, ready to stand against the COG vote and the wishes of the landowners for what appears, I have to tell you, appears to be some petty animosity between Public Works and the COG staff, or perhaps some of you and the COG staff? We respectfully ask you to be our advocates as well as thrifty representatives and leave Public Works out of this Highway 4 project. May I leave this for the record?
Leave it with Jeannie, will you, Barbara, please?
I'll give it to you.
Does that complete your comments, Barbara? Just for the record, we're limiting everybody's public comments to 5 minutes per person. So I think Barbara was 5 minutes and 5 seconds, so that's
Well,
fine.
but you chatted while she was talking, so I don't count that.
Okay, sir, would you like to give a comment to the board?
I'm Will Moore. I live in Rancho Calaveras, and I move this discussion in a general sense. It seems to me that Council of Governments has more opportunity to deal with the adjoining counties than the department does. But my question is about this bike trail. I live in Rancho Calaveras. I have a bike, and I actually ride it. And I would actually love to be able to ride to Valley Springs on my bicycle instead of driving the car every time. And I don't know how this bike trail fits into this project. I mean, there are places on 26 that are just too dangerous.
Taking
for
your life
me.
in your hands.
So the question of the curves is, what is the purpose of this bike trail? Is it for recreation or is it for transportation? If it's just for recreational riding, just for those folks who live there in
La Contenta. No,
what difference does it make how many curves there are in the road?
Okay, we're going to, let's just save our comments. We'll come back and the board will answer after we go to staff. Are there any other public comments? If so, please come forward.
I tried this earlier. Now I'm back at the appropriate time. Julia Costello, McCallum Hill. Say hi to everybody up here. Welcome the new supervisor. I came to speak to ask the McCallum Hill Town Hall project be left with COG, and since that's already happened, I could probably not say anything, but I just wanted to say a few words. We are the cultural resource consultants for the Town Hall project, and for Supervisor Spellman, whom I haven't met before, but we have a cultural resource firm. Judy Marvin is the historian. I do archaeology. We work all over the state. We've had a business for 25 years, and over half our work is done with Caltrans. We're the on-call consultants for over 7 Caltrans districts in the state of California, and I can tell you they are a good, solid piece of the rock to have as a client, and it's arduous and exacting, the paperwork that they do with no... But it's a very steep learning curve, and so my one thought was that to change horses in midstream, which is why I'm here. If I thought we want to get our town hall done. We've had a lot of local effort put in. It's being done because we can volunteer our time from our company. Terry Weatherby, our engineer, is volunteering huge amounts of time. The town hall's falling down. We need to get that fixed and get a handicap access in it. So that's the essence of our town hall project. And changing in the midst of this complicated bureaucratic steps would give us all heart failure. So that's why we were here, and I'm glad to see that isn't going to happen. I don't know all the complications of this issue in the county COG interactions, but I do want you all to think about that fact. In cultural resources, the environmental documents, and we just last week got our final clearance on the town hall, so we're actually into the engineering stage. We got that final document. State Historic Preservation Office and Caltrans has both signed off on it. So we're good to go there, and that's the good news. But it doesn't just end there. We have monitoring involved. So the environmental people don't just disappear when the document's gone. If you found something that needs mitigation, needs monitoring, then in the next phase of the project, we're still going to be there. So it isn't a clean cut. It kind of overlaps, and on each project that would be different. The other thing, we're also involved, of course, in the Arnold Rim Trail Cedar Center, as they're calling it now, the Cedar Center Bikeway, and we're doing the cultural resource work for that and the cultural resource work for the Jenny Lind Safe Route to Schools, which I thought was a T project, but I don't see on the list. But I may be confused, but I thought that was also a T project. Overlapping the cultural resource studies and the engineering is kind of good. It seems to take forever, but sometimes you find something on the cultural resource studies. You find the prehistoric site, you find the old remains, and if you can adjust the engineering studies before they're locked in bronze, bad analogy, then you save a lot of money. The reason cultural is done first is you want to see what's out there. You have some leeway to design the project around it. You don't want to impact archaeological sites, you want to avoid them. So you do the cultural resource, find out what's out there, see if you can design around them. So there's some overlap that can happen, but you can't really go to final expensive engineering drawings without knowing what the cultural variables or
You have
elderberry
15
variables.
seconds, Julia.
I think I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? If so, please come forward.
My name's Calvin Berger. I have 33 years' experience as a lead project engineer on several complex technical engineering projects. What I heard this morning leads me to question Mr. Garcia's credibility in his presentation on a couple of points that he made. One of them is concurrent environmental study and design engineering. We've learned by mistakes in the past that you break projects into sequences in order to make them most efficient and minimize your error, potential for error. When you begin phases of projects concurrently, you increase the risk very significantly. In this example, he's proposing that the design begin while you're in the environmental stage. What happens when the environmental report comes out at the end with some information that requires you to redesign? You've got a significant risk there. Anytime you concurrent stages in a project that's complex, you've got risk. In addition, I found that he was unable to answer some questions regarding the projects he's proposing getting involved in. For example, as simple as how long is the bike trail? In order to manage a project, you ought to know all the details of it so you can control the risk. If you don't even know how long your trail is, I think you're starting from a bad point. My last point is we've had a presentation with a lot of interesting and pertinent points on each of these projects, but we've heard nothing from the executive director of COG who's in the room. My question is, are we going to hear the other side of the story or only one side of the story? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments?
My name is Anita Valenti Nyland. I'm also a property owner along the Wagon Trail realignment, and I would like to say that many of the property owners speak together, and we are in support of Barbara Berger's comments and the feelings that somehow the COG is not being listened to by Public Works. Perhaps that isn't correct, but it seems that way. I was also struck by the fact that he did not know how long the bike trail was when he was supposedly going to be working on this. Seemingly, that's a very important point. We have been working with COG a very long time. We've had a lot of public meetings where I didn't see him there, and they were well advertised. So I would just like to say that there are a lot of cultural things along that route. There are a lot of routes that have been eliminated for a variety of environmental reasons before we've gotten to this stage that we are down to 2 at this point with Caltrans. But I would like to also inform the gentleman from Caltrans that when I heard the $13,000 being allocated because of the elderberry bushes, Caltrans came along Highway 4 with some of those big machines that cut all the brush down, I can't remember the name of them, to widen the environmental area so you could see along Highway 4 where it's very crooked. There's a lot of accidents. I don't believe they noticed the fact that they took out 3 elderberry bushes in the process. Just wiped them up. They're just long now stumps on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Any other public comments?
I got to put my 2 bits in too. My name is Walter Valenti. We've been to a number of these public meetings We've had a tremendous amount of public input, documented public input. We've been in close working proximity with COG, the secretary, and showing the routes and ways that this could be put forth so that this would not be a conflict of interest between the two parties here. I think this has been studied, and it's been studied, and it's been studied. There's been a lot of questions asked. There's a lot of input been put into it. But again, like I asked at the last COG meeting, we haven't heard one positive segment of anything that would advance or help this project along. There's not been one positive input that this would be better than COG. And I think at this present time, I think we should support what we've all worked so hard to do, and that is in a cooperation of one end of this project to the other, the impacted property owners, and all the COG people that have been involved here. I think we should stay there and keep that in mind and support what Barbara said and all these other public people that come in here and put their information in front of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Any other public comments? If so, please come forward.
Anita Hatfield. I listened to Mr. Garcia's presentation on the wagon trail, and I don't know who he defines as staff, but the impression I got when I heard him say staff was he was meaning his group. So he's saying staff and board will make the decisions. I heard nothing about the people who live along Highway 4 having any input or any say on how their property is going to be affected, how their livelihoods are affected. That really concerns me if you have them being completely left out.
Any other public comments? If so, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I would respectfully request that I be allowed to go beyond the 5 minutes that you've identified, because I think there are some details and project information that is pertinent to the decision-making process.
Okay, that's fine. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the easy ones first. I would like to thank Public Works for their acknowledgement of the work that we've done on the first two projects, the McCollum Hill project and the Shea Locomotive project, and I would certainly support that recommendation. With regards to the Wagon Trail project, I think it's important that you have a little bit of information that goes back in time, because I think I heard someone say that if we don't know where we've started from or where we've been, it's unclear on how we get to where we need to go. Back in 2003, the California Transportation Commission, the CTC, designated the Council of Governments as the lead agency for this phase, what's called the Project Approval and Environmental Documentation Phase, PANED. So if you hear the acronym, by the way, if I spout an acronym and you don't know what it is, let me know for sure. But the CTC designated the COG as the lead agency for PANED phase. This was in 2003. And that is a direct result of the work that we've done as a part of what we also call our Tri-Counties Memorandum of Understanding between Amador, Alpine, and Calaveras transportation agencies. We pooled our state transportation and improvement money, STIP money, to build the four projects. The one in Calaveras was the Angels Camp Expressway. We've continued that partnership with our what we call MOU2, and the Wagon Trail is the project that's funded through that process. About 5 years ago, just before I came to the Council of Governments, through, I think, collaboration and cooperation with the county and their consultant, their lobbying consultant in Washington, D.C., we received 3 earmarks for funding for this phase of the Wagon Trail project. Two of the funding sources or earmarks are called Public Lands Highways, and the other one is called High Priority Projects, totaling a little over $2 million, about $2.2 million. Then, as a part of that, we also requested through the CTC $250,000 of STIP money, State Transportation Improvement money,
to match the HPP fund. So all told, we have, again, about, when you take some deductions off of the federal earmarks, we have about $2.2 million where this phase is currently funded in its entirety. We have a contract with RBF Consultants for that amount to complete this phase of the project. And again, I think that information is important. As a part of the process to fully enable the council to act as the lead, we entered into a cooperative agreement with Caltrans to complete this phase of the project. So we have approvals, we have funding, we have contracts, and we have project implementation, or project phase implementation. I'm actually somewhat humbled by hearing some of the folks out here today, because we have been working very closely with the property owners for the last 2 years, and I think we've been very respectful of them as property owners as part of the process. And those discussions and negotiations to some extent, because we're still looking at obtaining some rights of entry for doing some of the focused environmental studies. So this partnership with the property owners will continue throughout this phase of the project. The process in terms of now obtaining the funding, we do have what has been Mr. Garcia's identified as the E76s for 2 of the funding sources, totaling a little over $1 million. Okay. Those E76s are a little bit different than the transportation enhancement E76s because they're germane to the earmarks and not a normal, if you will, funding program like the transportation enhancement program. And the reason I say that is that I have a letter from a lady by the name of Ada Lerner with the Federal Highways Administration, and she is quite specific that we cannot, quote, transfer those E76s. If you wish to effect any kind of a transfer, whether it's now or following, review following county engagement, what you will have to do is you will deobligate those monies. And when you deobligate those federal earmarks, they go away, and you have no project. You have no funding for the project, and under the current STIP program, there is no near future funding for this phase of the Wagon Trail project. Now, that doesn't mean that we couldn't go to CTC during the next STIP cycle and ask for that money, but we would certainly delay the project. Now, having said that, I'm committing to you, and I'm committing to staff, that you will be fully informed and fully engaged in the process. I think that we've had 2 PDT meetings, project development team meetings, and it was an oversight on our part, and we apologize that Mr. Garcia did not receive an invitation. He has received an invitation to all of our meetings that we've had, and will continue to receive invitations. And in fact, we had one meeting in Walnut Creek with the consultant to bring him up to speed and make sure that he is fully informed on the way the project develops, and he will in fact have a seat at the table, as will the Board of Supervisors. So I hope that will, all of those things put together will try and alleviate your concerns about how the Wagon Trail project proceeds. In terms of schedule, the current schedule identifies a completion of PA&ED in June of 2012, and certainly at any point in time, if we can expedite that, we will do so. I'd like to then turn to the 2 remaining TE projects, unless there's any questions.
Tom Garcia said that instead of transferring the E76, is that the county would just pay the bills through the COG. They'd just shift the bills and go through the COG, because he said it's simpler than doing the transfer. So, what difference would that make?
I'm not going to answer for Tom, but I think he was referring specifically to the TE projects and not the Wagon Trail. Okay. And again, while they're still an E76, because of the funding source, they're a little bit different.
Got it. Okay.
Cedar Center Pine Drive connector was subject of some discussion at the Board of Supervisors a few months ago. And I think this is where perhaps we disagree. Not necessarily in philosophy or mutually shared goals and outcomes, but I think in some technical details. I thought that the Board of Supervisors made a decision to, quote, transfer the project after the completion of the preliminary engineering phase. That was my understanding of the minute order, and so I disagree in that aspect. The other part that causes me a little bit of concern is the notion of splitting up a phase. I don't know. It's an unanswered question, so it's the information that you don't have to be able to make a decision. I don't know that we issue 2 E76s on the preliminary engineering phase, or we get a modified E76 or revised E76 for the engineering part, preliminary engineering. So I don't think we have the answer to that question. So that would cause me to again want to sit down with Caltrans and the county staff and see how that may or may not be possible. The other thing, though, that causes me some concern is that when we went out for a request for proposals for professional services for these projects, we included in the full scope of the project all the way through construction management. Now, we've only issued the notice to proceed on the phases or sub-phases of the project based on the funding that we have available. So I agree that we've split up the preliminary engineering phase only because that's the money that we've had programmed at this time. My point in this is that if the county wishes, or what I've heard said, is that Tom would go out with an additional RFP for engineering services. So, and again, I've heard in the past that we don't want to duplicate. That to me would be a duplication of effort, and I just would hate to see that have to happen because we do have a consultant that is fully qualified to carry on the engineering part of the preliminary engineering phase of the project. Similarly, with Cosgrove Creek, how that sharing of an E76 or invoicing through, we just don't know how that process. I've talked to Ken Baxter. He's the Deputy Director Planning and Programming down at Caltrans, and he also oversees local assistance. And so I'm glad to hear Tom say that we don't want to transfer E76 because, again, this is a technical disagreement. Ken tells me that you can't administratively transfer. It is a fairly complex process. So we don't have information in front of us to be able to make those kinds of decisions. So those two projects were still, I mean, it may be months before we effect something, or certainly weeks before we have all the information sitting in front of us to be able to make a recommendation. Now, having said that, I agree 100% that we're spending, or at least appear to be spending, $722,000 on a bike path that will involve significant environmental issues, certainly significant engineering issues. And I just last week, and I shared with Supervisor Toffanelli, where we have some potential alternatives that I need to sit down, or my next task is to sit down actually with the property owner and see how willing he may be to look at some of these alternatives. So far, he's been extremely accommodating, extremely helpful, and extremely willing to work with us and, in fact, donate the property to build this. But now we're switching it a little bit in terms of alignment, and we need to, again, sit down with him and see how amenable he may be to that. So, again, trying to work with property owners, understanding the process, and would just, at this point, just simply request that the board really not make any decision or any direction other than for us to sit down and work together and see what the process may be and see if, in fact, the process can be what Mr. Garcia proposes. And in a final note, based on a lot of the information, and quite candidly, some of the controversy, the Council of Governments did take an action to transfer the TE projects after the preliminary engineering phases. So while as maybe disagreeable as it may sound, that's where the decision lies. The COG is the lead agency, and the COG has made a decision that I think meets everybody's mutual goals, is to ensure timely delivery of the projects, adequate oversight, and get them off the books so that we can move on with the next round of TE funding.
Well, not only did the COG, but the Board of Supervisors also recommended county staff to work with the COG for the orderly transition of existing projects. So both the COG board and this board did that. But Tim, getting back to the billing, could not the COG like subcontract with the county so that the billing of whatever it is Tom's proposing go through the COG for this phase of the E76 funding?
I won't say that it could or couldn't. I don't know what the answer to that is, and I don't know if John is ready to stand up and say something. Perhaps it could, but we don't understand what that process may or may not be.
I mean, what difference would it be then we're submitting a bill from ABC Engineering? Or, I mean, that's all I guess there needs to be written then. Okay. John
We'll come to you at the end, John. Tim's done. Okay.
Just briefly, I could try to address that point. John Gedney from Caltrans District 10, and as just as background, I hear criticism of Caltrans constantly. I feel compelled to apologize whenever I come before a board such as yourselves.
Well, you should be on a board of supervisors.
But I'll tell you what I have realized over the years of working in Caltrans, the power and the effectiveness of the system that's in place. And I think the gentleman with 33 years of experience, I think he does point out that due to past errors, the system is in place to handle the exceptions and the norm. That being said, I'd just like to, the only caution I have on this, and Tim and Tom are correct, that we will work through any arrangements you want to work through to the extent feasible within the system in which we operate. But when we hear activities to be undertaken outside of the issuance of the E76, and this would be, as Mr. Garcia mentioned, some work on PS&E, prior to the completion of the current phase, the mantra that I hear from our local systems engineers is that work would not be reimbursable.
Before you leave, could I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
No, sure. Go right ahead.
I'm getting real conflicting information on a particular subject that to me is almost pivotal in making decisions about at least 3 of these projects. And I just want to ask you this question and see whether you can give me some clarity on it. Under what circumstances could any of these projects suffer deobligation of funds as a result of transitions that are being contemplated here? I just want to know what are the conditions under which that happens, and are we in any danger of triggering them inadvertently or unwittingly here?
I can't speak to the T projects, but what we have been hearing on the wagon trail is that is a possibility. That, as Tim mentions, there is earmark for some of the work on that project, and I don't know that there's certainly a specific trigger on deobligating or losing the money after deobligating, but I do understand that the monies would have to be deobligated and then reapplied for, and that window opens up uncertainty on maybe there's another project that a proponent comes forward, sees some accessible money, makes a case and grabs it. There's just that's the risk that we've heard on that. No specific trigger on 100% guarantee of losing the money, but there's that window. On the T projects, I think that is quite different than the wagon trail, but there are some administrative steps that would have to be taken to transfer project management. definitely not as cumbersome as the wagon trail project would be.
Do those administrative steps in any way delay the completion or delivery of the project?
I think you can make a case either way. I think you can make a case either way. On the administration, on the transfer, there would be review. FHWA staff, CTC staff would want to review this prior to making the determination, and there would be an accounting of the work that had been done up to date, that there wouldn't be any overlap. There'd have to be some review on the work that had been conducted and how the balance would be prepared.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any other public comments? If so, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment period. I'll return to staff. Staff, do you have any additional comments for the board based on comments that were given during the study session?
Briefly, I'd like to address a couple of the comments that came forward. On the wagon trail, as you can see, our proposal is to take a wait-and-see attitude, get more engaged with the COG. You'll notice that even the public said that they had great meetings with Caltrans, the consultant, and the COG. And who's missing from that? The county and the city. So we really need to work on the outreach on this project. The city has not been involved in it, and the county has not been involved in it. And for the community to think that they're being well served by limiting participation of the stakeholders of the project shows that we really do need to change the course in this. We need to get more involved, and then we need to make a determination. Going to Tim's comments on how successful they've been at getting funding for this project, they have been greatly successful at getting funds, the earmark requests, the additional STIP funds. I mean, that's great, and that's what a COG should do. COG should go out and get money, and then the local agency should deliver it, as has been my experience and all the other local agencies I've worked with and the COGs that I've worked with. They're great at getting money, and I didn't hear anything about project delivery. And as we go back to the time frames associated with project delivery, 4 years is quite a while to go through the process to get an E76 when it has taken the county of late 6 months. So we really need to work on where our strengths lie. And getting money is a strength of the COG. I encourage them to get as much money as they can for the county and the city, and we need to deliver the projects. I would like to correct Caltrans on the deobligation and reobligation funding. Those are concurrent items before the CTC. You go with a deobligation request and then a reobligation request in the same meeting, the next item. And I've done that on an interchange project in Folsom. So it isn't unheard of. Cumbersome, yes, you have to get 2 items on board before the CTC, or on the agenda before the CTC board, but it's been done in the past. So again, but we're not talking about wagon trail at this point. I'm just saying that is a possibility. It can be done. Committed to timely delivery and oversight. I'm thrilled to hear that. We need to get to the timely delivery part, and we need to start looking at oversight of these projects. 4 years after a project is approved is a little late to be starting to look at alternative alignments and what the project really is. We need to look at these projects before they're proposed to find out what's viable, what's competitive for funding. Since there's already an obligation for the E70, or obligation for the House River Creek, we need to start now and address in a timely manner what this project really is. Go back to the purpose and need, scope the project properly, get the environmental done, get the design done, and deliver it. The delay of projects, of the T projects, I don't see the delay of the T projects as an issue because, again, for the E76s that were approved by Caltrans, and another correction, that the E76 was approved by Caltrans for the Arnold Rim Trail was for the phase preliminary engineering. They did not limit it to environmental. So we're clear on that. Being able to go forward with preliminary engineering, which includes PS&E, which includes the design phase. So Caltrans has already approved that phase of the project. The problem is they only obligated $86,000, which isn't nearly enough to complete the design. So when we go back with a new request for funding, it's still in the preliminary engineering phase. We haven't gone to the next phase, which is construction. Being able to invoice for the PS&E under the phase that's already been approved is a slam dunk because, again, they identified preliminary engineering. They didn't limit it to environmental only. So we worked through this. We tried to identify the hiccups, the problem areas. We're comfortable with the recommendations we've made, and we would encourage the board to adopt some of these recommendations and to request that the Council of Governments, one, rescind their previous direction to administer the projects through the preliminary engineering phase, which is all the way through design. We request that the COG board reconsider that motion or that direction, and we encourage the COG. We'd like to encourage the COG board to put out a call for projects on the $109,000 in T funding that's available currently. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, well, what you're really doing is then you're asking the board to give direction to the board, two board representatives on the COG to ask to go out for projects on the $109,000 and to talk to the COG board about rescinding the point at which a transfer on the TE projects can be made.
Consistent with staff recommendation, yes.
Consistent with the staff recommendations that you made earlier.
Correct.
Okay. Does that complete your comments?
That completes my comments. Thank you.
Okay, let's come back to the board. I think there's several board members that have comments. Gary?
Tim, the list that I see up there, going back to the screen that you had before, this one here, where it shows the $805,000 that became available since the last call, since 2005. Of the projects that are listed here, are all of these projects the projects that were on that call for projects in 2005, or has any been added since then without a call for projects?
There was the addition of the Arnold Rim Trail and Cedar Center Bikeway. That project was added in October 2008.
Did that replace a project that was an original 2005 project?
It gets a bit complicated. We had assumed that the Cosgrove Creek bike, the way it was presented, the Cosgrove Creek Bike Trail was pulled off and the Arnold Rim Trail was put on. But in reading the staff report, that isn't what actually happened. What actually happened is that project was identified, that there were issues with it, but the Arnold Rim Trail was added in addition to the Cosgrove Creek. So that accounts for about 400 and some odd thousand.
So the other 400 and something, or 390,000, or whatever it is, was applied to these projects for additional funding, going through the phases.
The project budgets increased through various stages.
So the whole $185,000 was applied to those. At some point, the Arnold Rim Trail was added.
That's correct.
So, I'm sorry.
Was that a board direction, or was that just done by the COG?
Was that?
The Arnold Rim Trail was included in the original call for projects, but it was not deemed a, what was the verbiage? I'll say viable at that point. There were too many unknowns with agreements with the Forest Service, things like that. So it was not recommended for funding in the original call for projects. There has been no call for projects since 2005. So this project was added by the recommendation of staff.
The COG staff or the first staff?
COG staff.
COG staff.
So it never came to this board?
None of these projects came to the board, this board.
Not the current board, but when there was a call for projects.
There was no recommendation from the county in 2005 on T projects.
Did the board even review a request for projects, this board?
I can't answer that question. As I understand it, there was no county response to the call for projects.
Okay. Tim, it needs to be very brief because I don't want to just reopen it for everybody.
I don't want to reiterate, or I will be brief. When the Council of Governments did the initial call for projects, to answer Supervisor Toffanelli's question specifically, the project that was identified up in the Arnold area was called the Cowell Creek Project. And it was not recommended for funding at that point in time because there was no overriding planning document that would have identified that. Plus, there were some environmental concerns because we're going right through the middle of a meadow, a wetland, so we didn't want to do that. Subsequent to that, the Arnold Mobility Plan was completed and adopted by the Council of Governments, which identified the Cedar Center Pine Drive connector as a viable project. And so, and it was also a small part of the larger Cowell Creek project. So it was, to an extent, a part of a project that was done as part of the call for projects. And then it became viable for those reasons. The other thing, and this is where, again, we kind of get into that history, if you will. When the call for projects went out, there was a memo from the executive director of the council to the CAO to please take this forward, these call for projects, to the Board of Supervisors. So to answer your question, no, the Board of Supervisors never did look at the overall list of projects. But that's not because the COG didn't want that to happen. We, in fact, we asked specifically for that to happen, and it didn't.
And Tim, how did you pick the projects? How did the projects get picked?
Well, when we didn't get a response from, and this is something that I inherited, when we didn't get a response from the county, then the Council of Governments said, okay, the county is choosing not to be a project sponsor or projects sponsor. Then it fell upon the Council of Governments to become the project sponsor. And then that whole decision-making process fell entirely within the Council of Governments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Gary, you have the floor.
I just wanted to make one additional comment that has to do with the Cosgrove Creek, and I listened to a couple of people talk about Tom not knowing about the length of that path, that bike path, and he did answer 1.25 miles. But I've been sitting here for 2 years, and I campaigned for a year prior to that. So for the last 3 years, I've been involved more or less in this bike path. And I can't sit here myself after all that time, and even being with Tim and COG at the kickoff meeting and other previous times on this path, I can't sit here and tell you myself what the length of that path is because it's gone through so many changes. Right now it's even talking about switchbacks. I can't tell you how long it is. In trying to answer that question without having something that is viable as far as the design of it and where it's actually going, you can't answer that question. So the environmental is going forward on a wide path, and that could even change considering what's been said during this kickoff meeting and what the engineer has previously said. There, like I had mentioned earlier and Tim had alluded to, there is an alternative, a couple alternatives that I met with Tim on that goes around that mountain. Right now what it is there's a mountain right in the way. And you would be talking about cutting, what was it, Tim, 22 feet, or going switchbacks, because the problem is this is a Caltrans funded project and they're requiring that it has to have wheelchair accessibility to it. So thus the cutbacks in order for the grade to go through, in order for the wheelchairs to have access to it. I think it's not going to go through that initial path because of this. We're looking at alternate ways to go around. So to answer the question of what the length of it is, I don't think Tim could even tell you right now what the length of that path is until we get through certain phases and even come up with the alternative for
what it is. So I think that's my comments.
Okay, Marita, you said you had some comments.
Yes. Mr. Garcia mentioned that it's unusual for the COG to be a project administrator. I totally agree with you. And we had a lengthy discussion at the COG meeting about that. The county did not want to take that responsibility for whatever the reasons were at that time. We had a lot of discussion because we felt like that was outside the scope of what the COG should be doing. But because of the lack of action on part of the county of Calaveras, the COG took over the project administration of the wagon trail. And I think Mr. McSorley's already addressed the fact that the county and city need to be at all the meetings regarding the wagon trail. I'd like to go back to questions that I had emailed Mr. Garcia based on his staff report. One, current capital transportation projects within the county are administered by multiple agencies. I didn't think this was just a TE wagon trail meeting. I thought we were also going to be talking about other capital transportation projects administered by multiple agencies. I asked what projects and what agencies, and I gave the example to him of Caltrans on the relinquishing agreement. I'm gathering, Mr. Garcia, this is just a talk on the TE and the wagon trail, not a talk on other capital transportation projects.
Let Marita finish.
And then I had asked the administration of the capital transportation projects, what projects separate from the COG and why are they a concern? There was nothing in the staff report, and Mr. Garcia said all my questions would be answered today. And I went on the county website and I saw all the projects you had listed, but we're not discussing anything but the TE. So am I missing something here? Are we not talking about any of the other projects or just the TE and the wagon trail? Because that isn't how I interpreted your staff report. So, I mean, if you say that's the way it is, then that's fine. But that wasn't my understanding of what this study session was about. So are we going to be talking about other projects that are separate from the COG?
Okay, so go ahead and respond.
Briefly, the county has currently 32 CIP projects. For the staff report, the ones we were talking about under other agency involvement, under alternatives on that page of the actually it's under agency involvement. Back part of the staff report lists the projects that we're going to be talking about today. So this was in direct response to the board's direction for county staff and COG staff to work together to identify logical breakpoints of the projects, the CIP projects in the county that are not being administered by the county. And we did our best to identify those projects in the staff report. If we were unclear in that, I do apologize. We will work towards better clarity.
I mean, that's why I wrote you. You know, I always write ahead of time what my concerns are, and you said you'd answer them, and all we're talking about are the TE and wagon trails. So I didn't know, are there a list of other projects, transportation projects we're supposed to be talking about today?
With 32 CIP projects currently active in the county, it would be a very long study session.
That's how I interpreted your cover letter, Mr. Garcia.
Okay, does that complete your comments? Are there any other board comments? Darren.
Director Garcia made a comment regarding the Arnold Rim Trail project was not in the 2005 call for projects, but it entered the fray in 2008. Is that correct?
It was in the call for projects, but it was not awarded during the 2005-2006 project award. It was a listed project, but was not chosen for funding.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My next question is, you mentioned also that in your opinion, in the opinion of staff, that the amount of money allocated currently for the Cosgrove Creek project was most likely going to be insignificant or insufficient for what you foresaw in terms of expenditures to make that happen. Would you say that it was safe to say, with the Arnold Rim Trail inserting itself into the current pool of funding in 2008, that funding was taken from other projects to make that happen, and that the Cosgrove Creek project is insufficient in funds as a result of the insertion of the Arnold Rim Trail project?
What appeared to happen was the funds available in 2005 of just over $1 million did not include the Arnold Rim Trail. When the Arnold Rim Trail was brought in, the funding for the projects went up to $1.8 million. Okay. So they took additional T funding out, and that's made evident by this call for projects in 2005. One would anticipate that in 2 or 3 years you'd have a new call for projects. The current list of the current funding for these projects is being taken out to 2014. So we really need to clear these off the books so that we can get at some of the T funding prior to 2014. So this. Right.
So there needs to be delivery so we can.
There needs to be delivery. And to directly answer your question, the insertion of the Arnold Rim Trail did not take away from the funding that was identified for the Cosgrove Creek project.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, Darren?
Nope, just wanted to make sure.
Steve, do you have any questions?
Not questions, are we?
Comments?
Comments. Just a couple. Sometimes process and relational issues cloud our perception of product delivery. Our timing and our processes get gummed up, and our relationships with the public sometimes suffer as a result. It seems to me the most important thing, and the board directed staff to work with COG and try to come up with some mutually agreeable transitions of projects and the right times to do that. And toward that end, I'm grateful that the McCollum Hill project has been spared, the only one in my district, but that it's been spared the agony of some of these other discussions. That said, if I were a supervisor in one of the districts where the questions of losing money might be inherent in a transition, I'd sure want to be real sure of my landing place and have I've dealt with a number of federal earmarks through the ACCG process and the CHIPS process, and I can tell you that it doesn't take much more than a sneeze to get a lot of attention in ways that sometimes you don't want. And so while I've had very different views expressed to me by the Public Works Department and the COG staff, I don't yet have any certainty in my mind about what level of risk we might take in exercising some of the options here. And I just hope that others of you are much more certain than I as you respond to this set of proposals. I certainly don't want to intervene in other districts' projects, but I certainly would, for my own, I would want to know that.
Does that complete your comments?
It does.
Okay, I have two just comments to make concerning Barbara's comments to the board. I'll try to speak up, Barbara. Barbara indicated that there's basically an adversarial stance between the county and the property owners along the Highway 4 corridor. All I can do is assure you that, I don't want an adversarial stance, and I don't think any board member wants an adversarial stance, and I don't think any staff member, Public Works, or Planning is eager to have an adversarial stance. I mean, that's what we want to avoid at all costs, if at all possible. So just a comment there. Barbara also mentioned that at one of the meetings at the Bret Harte Theater that I was adamant, and I think Barbara indicated basically for adopting a particular alignment. And I'd just like to correct that. I wasn't adamant for adopting it. I was adamant that at that point we were looking to study alternative alignments. I was adamant, I guess I would say, that the northern alignment be one of the ones that would be in the study group. It was included in the study group, and it was the first one rejected because of cost. I spoke with the consultant, and I don't know if I was the first, but I was right there at the beginning saying, well, that doesn't work. So, you can't. It did not even come close to meeting the financial capabilities, and therefore it was probably the first of all the options looked at that was discarded. So, and that was done very early in the process. I mean, maybe a couple weeks after the meeting at Bret Harte Center. So I just want to put that in the record. I have no additional comments. I guess the issue before. Oh, excuse me. You have an additional comment?
This gentleman had a question about this bike path, and the answer to the question you were asking is the bike path would be open to anybody to ride. And again, the original path that it was going to take started at St. Andrews, right near Cosgrove Creek. There's an open area there that's a lot that hasn't been built on. I think it was intended for some other use, but not for a sale for a construction lot. So it was going to be open, available for staging, where you could park, get your bike off your truck or your car, whatever, put your helmet and gear on, and then take off. And it ended up on the other side of La Contenta, where New Hogan Dam Road is, near the access road going down to the CCWD treatment plant down there. But there's some different alignments being talked about now because of some of the things that were talked about at the kickoff meeting, again, that we were speaking of today about switchbacks and it not being actually a bike path with the amount of switchbacks for wheelchair access that's being required there. So, but there are some alternate routes, but yes, it would be open to the general public. Anybody could ride on it. So.
Well, it's the wheelchair requirement. You can't say something.
Okay, any other board comments? Then what's before us is the recommendation by Public Works staff, and I will poll the board to see if they support Public Works' recommendation or whether they wish to modify it. So maybe I'll start with Gary, I'll go to Marita, then to Darren, then to Steve, and then to myself.
And the request is to take these requests, the staff request, to the COG board, present it to them.
Yes, and there were some other. Go over your recommendations to the board of supervisors.
Or the proposal that Public Works has made regarding concurrent events on the Arnold Rim Trail of PS&E and PA and Environmental, and transfer of the Cosgrove Creek Bikeway now.
Okay.
In addition, open up for a call for projects on T funding on the available balance.
Okay. And to continue working with COG on the Wagon Trail project.
And continue working
to get further involved and further up to speed. Okay. That's what's the recommendation of staff. Yes.
I'll support that.
I'll go to Marita.
I do not support the one on the Arnold Rim Trail Cedar Center Bikeway. I want to go to the decision that this board made in October 12th that the COG would finish the preliminary environmental engineering phase and transition the project to the county for detailed engineering and construction. I want it to stay with what we had agreed to in October. Because I somewhat agree with what Mr. Burke said I mean, we're going to just be doing the detailed engineering in parallel with the environmental. I don't see how you can do that. If we might even wind up without a project based on what happens on the environmental, and we still have to put an MOU together. And so I would like to go back to what we had agreed to in October. On Cosgrove Creek Bikeway, I guess I have to say I'm a little confused on what we're going to be agreeing to. I mean, I'm not adverse to it, but I guess I'm not clear. And what is that going to do with the maybe contracts we already have? Could you please review that with me again on what you're asking on Cosgrove?
Transition of the Cosgrove Creek project administration from COG to the county effective immediately.
So how would that work in terms of
The existing consultants would come under county.
And the billing, then you would want to go through beyond because of the E76? I'm not clear on that.
The current, it's 124,000. 128,000 is the current E76 obligation to the COG under the Cosgrove Creek, 126,000. Once that funding is expended, the county would go in for another E76.
But under our name?
Under our name.
So I'm not clear why we can't continue this with the, what is it that, why is it we don't want to continue this through the COG?
The COG, or this project?
For this portion right here.
This project is a mess. The county has the resources in order to untangle it, identify the purpose and need, identify a scope, match the funding to those two, meet with the public to get buy-off on that, and then deliver the project.
Okay, all right. I guess I'll go with maybe where Gary might, well, Gary wants to follow your advice on that. That's fine. And the wagon trail, we're not making any changes, but that the county, city, and the COG are working in concert with each other as we proceed. So there's no technical changes outside of the fact that everybody's at the table. Is that my understanding? Okay, that's fine.
Okay, Darren.
From the testimony I've heard, I have to say that I support the staff's recommendations based primarily on product delivery. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, Steve.
I support wholeheartedly the recommendation on the McCollum Town Hall. I know little about the Shea locomotive restoration, but I'll take the advice of the supervisor whose district it's in, and the same holds for the Arnold Rim Trail. Marita's worked a long time on that, and I defer to her judgment as to the best way to deliver that. She's also served on the COG all this time, so I'm just assuming she's well aware of the circumstances. On Cosgrove Creek, I think that the supervisors whose district are most affected should make that call, but again, if it were me, I'd sure want a little bit more certainty than what I'm hearing here today. I'd like more unanimity between the parties, that's for sure. But I will defer to the supervisors affected. And as far as the wagon trail realignment goes, I think the public has some important role to play, and I would hope that when we talk about the county engagement in the project, that the project includes the COG, the community of interest, especially the stakeholders immediately affected, and that we'll have a process that I have no fear of reviewing anything, but I want to make sure we're not taking wild guesses when we make final decisions about where to go with this or what might be lost as a result of transition. So I'm really hoping for a lot more certainty on that when the final moment comes, so that we don't inadvertently crash a perfectly good project. So I look forward to hearing that. I guess that means that I'm in agreement with all but the Arnold Rim Trail and the recommendations.
Okay, that comes to myself.
and I am for staff's recommendations, but I don't mind discussing the Arnold Rim Trail one more time, because that seems to be the only thing that we have in dispute at this time. And I guess one of the concerns I have is just how many years. You know, we do a call for projects in 2005 and deliveries 2014. You know, I've expressed this frustration here before. I expressed it very strongly at the COG. I mean, basically what happens, in my opinion, and if you go back and look at the projects that were delivered, it was delivered to the districts of the two representatives that were on the COG board. You know, it never came to the board for allocation. I advocated for some walking money for schools in Murphy's, and I don't see one thing on there for Murphy's. And then they took the money and allocated it for 9 years. I mean, it's like, let's just take all the money from the two people that are sitting on the COG board, which was Marita and Willin, and not Steve, excuse me.
Not me, I'm anywhere near that.
Claudino, who was there, and that's where all the money went. You know, and you know, I voiced a strong disapproval of that. I don't think that's how the COG should work. I don't think that's a cooperative relationship with the county, quite frankly. It certainly isn't a cooperative relationship with me. And so I want to get these projects delivered. I want to start doing some other projects, and it would be nice if, you know, we could get some in some of the districts that haven't had any projects and have nothing scheduled for 9 years, and probably it goes back before then, because that just seems to have been the way the COG operated. So I would like to talk a little bit more about project delivery as it concerns the Arnold Rim Trail. Because when it came before us last time, and the board gave direction, and then, you know, the executive director of COG would not sign the paperwork for the transfer to happen in time. So a deadline passed, and it was the feeling of the county, as I understood it, that we could have delivered that project much, much sooner than 2014. Obviously, that one deadline has passed, and I'm assuming when you say do something concurrently, it's basically to try to get this thing moved forward and get it off the table so we can do other projects and we can focus on some other issues in the county. So these projects start to look like the Angels Camp bypass, which, you know, it took 50 years to deliver, and it's like, you know, we're going to do one of these in our lifetime and not move forward from it, and I don't think that's right. So I want to deliver the projects. I want to get them off the table. I want to spend. I want them to be done as efficiently as possible, so we get the project done with the quality we want, spending the least amount of money. And everything, all my instincts say, well, every time we start dragging these things out, it just costs more money. I mean, you know, the consultant stays on longer, or everything goes longer, and it just costs money. It's just eating up all the transportation enhancement money. So I would like you to talk about the Arnold Rim Trail and what you're proposing versus what Marita proposed, and how will that affect project delivery, and how does that affect cost?
When the county had proposed late last year taking over this project, we had a delivery date of open to the public fall 2011, this year. Construction complete. Currently, the schedule is delivery in 2014. We would like to accelerate that delivery by concurrently doing the environmental work and as much of the engineering as can be done to support that effort. We anticipate that if we realize these project efficiencies, we'll be able to deliver the project open to the public in 2012, early 2012, depending on weather.
Instead of
if we get the funding.
The project is obligated.
It's obligated, but it isn't funded.
We submit an E76 and we get the funding.
Well, we have E76 for this phase.
That's
We
correct.
don't have E76 for the construction.
That's correct.
Okay,
soon
doing
we
it
get this
that way
phase
and
done,
delivering
so
it
we
in
get-
2012, does that then basically save money versus doing it Marita's way and delivering it in 2014?
Anytime that we don't have staff on a project, you save money. The less project administration you expend, the less funds you expend. The faster we can get this project out, the more economic it is. In addition, we would like to get this project out while the economy is still in the recovery mode before construction projects.
Are you sure we're in a recovery mode?
I'm optimistic.
So cheaper construction costs right now.
Yeah. Okay, well, I support staff's recommendation, so I'll go to Darren and Gary and see if they wish to switch their support on the Arnold Rim Trail project. Do either of you wish to change your support on just the Arnold Rim Trail?
To what Marita says, wait until after we're done with
Wait,
the C76 phase is what Marita is proposing. Is that what you're proposing
Yes.
before transition? And that was
Just like what we agreed to in October.
No, but the MOU was prior to that, and I wasn't going to bring and dredge all that up as to what happened to where it was supposed to go in front of the CTC and what the delays were and all that emails and telephone calls going back and forth as to why it didn't get to that point where the county could have took it over. And that's what the MOU gave directive to do, but it was stalwarted by certain people, so it didn't get to that. So that's where the E76 is that we're at right now. Otherwise, it would have been a county project back then when the back when that MOU was voted on. But it didn't make the agenda on the CTC in order for it to be a county project. So we're here at this phase. And this phase is supposed to go on till what time is it going to be completed? What's the time frame for it to be completed before the county could take it?
We're doing the environmental now, and we're going to
There
be
should be a time, the
by, I
contract.
think it was by the first of the summer, Tim, and we're going to be having a public meeting sometime, the first public meeting within the next month.
The current schedule.
And we still, I'm sorry, Tom, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tom.
The current schedule from the COG is that the PS&E begins in fiscal year 12-13.
It's not, it's being done now.
The plan specifications and estimate are not being done now. The preliminary environmental work is being done now.
So it's projected out to 2013, and you're saying if we go the route that you're talking about here, you're proposing that we could have it somewhere in 2012? Well, we couldn't do that because that phase wouldn't be done until 2013.
Well, Tom, correct me, but you said if we don't make the change, it gets projected to get delivered in 2014. If we make fiscal year. If we make the change, then the projection would be sometime in fiscal 2012.
Correct.
Okay, so that's what's
Well,
before
then I'm
us.
a little bit confused because you're telling me that the environmental phase won't be done until 2013.
If they allow
If you leave it
COG.
with COG.
If you leave it with COG.
If you leave it with COG, not if it transfers to the county. Just a second, Tim.
We believe we can assist them in project delivery if we have a design engineer on contract at the same time they have their environmental process going on.
Okay. Well, I'll support staff then. I don't want to see
So we're
it
going
go.
to fire the one we have now and go out request for a proposal, and are we going to incur costs to do that?
We're going to assist the current engineer in delivering the project.
And
We're
who's
not
going to
gonna
then do the MOU? The MOU has to be done between the county and the Forest Service on this.
There was an MOU that was drafted, several
I
versions of
know
the MOU.
it was drafted and it was not responded to. The county did not respond.
we had commented on it and recommended the comments based on the Arnold Mobility Study. We did address it, we made comments, and we're ready to move forward on that MOU or a version of that MOU with the Forest Service. Again, we can proceed with the environmental and the design.
And you're going to do the billing through the COG,
That's
is what
correct.
you're proposing.
That's correct.
But I don't think that question's been answered, is that process. You're saying it's not a big deal to do it.
I have done it in other agencies, invoicing through it was a transportation commission, but it's similar.
Okay, are you still for staff's recommendation?
My position hasn't changed, and I would submit to those people who may be skeptical or have other issues with this that, if that project is not completed and delivered in 2012, Mr. Garcia will find himself in the same position that Mr. McSorley finds himself in today. So I continue to move forward with staff's recommendation and applaud them for trying to get delivered faster. I hope that they do for the sake of the people that live in Arnold and all the rest of the people who are waiting for these projects. And I would remind you, though, again, on record, that, if it is that it's just a political play of some sort and you're biting off more than you can chew, you'll be in the same position Mr. McSorley is in 2012, and I will hold you to that.
Okay, Tim, did you have another comment? And then we're going to wrap this up.
Yes, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman and Board. I just have to say that I think you're moving forward without all the information. The current schedule is based on funding availability that the funding schedule, if you will. We have a consultant on board who is under contract to do that preliminary engineering part of, the environmental part of preliminary engineering. So that transition actually is seamless. I'm not going to argue with your decision and your direction, certainly, but I just think that there's information out there that you don't have, and you're making decisions and giving direction. I will do whatever the Council of Governments does, or directs me to do. That's obvious, but we need to have all of the information sitting in front of us. The current schedule, yes, calls for delivery of the project, at some point in time, but that's based on the funding availability, the funding schedule that we've already had approved. We certainly will make every effort to expedite these projects and move them forward with all due haste. I certainly expect that the project be in full design later this spring, early summer. So, again.
Okay, thank you. The board is given direction. We will stand adjourned, and we will reconvene in closed session. Would the board like to take a lunch break?
I've got it, yes, because I've got it 2 o'clock, and then if you guys take lunch, then I can come back here to be for the entire closed session.
How long a lunch break do you need?
I'll be done probably about 2:30.
Okay. Steve and Marita, what would you guys like?